outrageous.
Americanism and globalism will be our credo. It's going to be America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Tuesday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about Candace Owens. What happened? It looks like she got the call. Candace Owens has gotten the call. What a letdown. Content cucked and disappointed and totally betrayed. Tonight we're going to be talking all about her 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk yesterday. We have been completely content cucked on this, and we didn't get a chance to cover it because it happened over the weekend. But you might remember, this week we were supposed to get our Turning Point USA live stream, where Blake Neff and others would respond to the conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's death. That was supposed to be a live stream yesterday afternoon. And they were going to do it from their headquarters, and they were going to present all the arguments. And initially, Candace Owens was invited to do that live stream where she would ask her questions, she would debate with Turning Point, and this was supposed to be the showdown of the year. But then she didn't go. She said, I can't make it that day. My husband has people coming in from out of town. I can't go. So she said instead she would live stream the live stream. She would give her live reaction on her own show remotely from Nashville. Okay. Disappointing, kind of a capitulation, but whatever, at least we get the content. At the last minute, they changed it, and instead of doing any live stream, they arranged a private meeting where Candace Owens would sit with Erica Kirk. I believe Erica flew out to Nashville, but I'm not certain. And they met with the Turning Point lawyers and Erica and other Turning Point personnel behind closed doors. And Candace asked all of her questions in private. And we don't know what happened during the conversation because it wasn't recorded, it wasn't streamed. We got content cut. We were supposed to get a Candace Owens Erica showdown, then we were going to get a live stream, then we got this private meeting. And today Candace went on her show and talked about the results of the meeting, and it was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Rambling, confused. We don't even really know where she stands on the whole thing anymore. It seems that she's accepted the magic bullet theory, as she calls it. It seems that she accepts that Erica Kirk and others at Turning Point are innocent. She's sort of all over the place, yet she maintains there is some conspiracy with Egyptian planes, even though most of that has now been debunked. So we'll talk about it. Very sad, very disappointing. And that'll be our featured story. We're also going to talk tonight all about Venezuela. President Trump has declared a total and complete blockade of Venezuelan oil coming in and out of the Caribbean. Major escalation. Trump announced at the end of last week that ground strikes would begin imminently. That's following up the naval strikes off the coast of Venezuela. And as of today, he has said that he is going to blockade and prevent any Venezuelan oil, from being shipped out of the country after he seized a Venezuelan oil tanker last week. And so this is your maximum pressure strategy. Finally, Trump said that he will maintain the blockade until Venezuela gives up its oil wealth, which Trump says they stole from the United States, which is really funny. Venezuela nationalized their oil in the 70s. They sort of renationalized it in the 90s. Their government took control of their own oil from foreign oil companies. And Trump said they stole it from us. They stole our oil. And technically, Venezuela did not compensate the foreign companies, the American companies that were extracting the oil. That is true. But to characterize it that way, Venezuela stole their own oil from us, and now we need it back. I like that. I love that. That's the kind of mindset we need. Their oil is our oil. Canada's resources, well, Canada itself, it's ours. Greenland is ours. The Western Hemisphere is ours. I like that. It's true. We should do this with every country in this hemisphere. You're keeping your oil from us, and it's ours. So give it up or we'll destroy you. I like that foreign policy. So we'll talk about that too. And we're going to get into some other things. There's been a lot of news and a lot to catch up on, but we'll get into all of it. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble. Smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. I have all our new designs right here. I'll show them to you. Fuentes.store, we have the America First hat. Very famous. But we also have some new designs. I'll show them to you. Get a load of this. This is one of them. I am America. And there's me. That's me. It's me. This is me because I'm America. This is also me because that's me. And it's got AF on the front.
Sir, you are a
That's
shining
one of them.
example of tranquility.
We have another one that's I am America. Different design, though. This is me holding up the crucifix. That's on the front of the shirt. Nothing on the back. We have another one. See, I really just like this phrase. Another one. I am America. That's on the back. You know, I feel like I didn't realize how many of them said the same thing, but that's okay. AF on the front. See that, but we wanted one that was more generic. There's a couple with me on them. This is more generic. You can kind of hide. No one will. You could say you didn't know. That's another one. Then we got another one. I am America. Another sleeper design. This is for when you're trying to blend in. This is when you're trying to blend in at the office, at the gym, AF on the front. And then we got another one here. This one says America First. I really like this one. Kind of like a retro design. We have the eagle, American flag. So we're going with the theme. The theme is America. So check those out. That's all at Fuentes.store. People are loving the shirts. Very high quality. People are getting them quickly, promptly. And people love the designs. So check them out. Subscribe at the website, americafirst.plus. It's $15 a month to get access to the whole archive of the show, plus the MP3 only format, audio only format for people that like podcasts. That's on there as well. $100 a month to get access to a group chat with me. I'm back in the group chat, talking to everybody, exclusive content. That's the $100 a month club. You just get to hang out with me. So check it out. That's americafirst.plus. All right, we're going to dive into the show. We got a lot to cover. And, the first thing I want to get into before we talk about anything else, I want to talk briefly about the shooting at Brown University. And I don't want to talk extensively about it. I think we might cover it later in the week or whenever they catch the killer. The reason I don't want to cover it in great detail is because we really know nothing about it. We don't know who the killer is. We don't know the motivation. We can't even speculate about the motivation because we have no profile of the killer. Race, age, if there's some ideological leaning, we really just have no information. There are some rumors swirling around that it was a targeted attack against a particular young Republican, a young woman who was one of the victims who was killed. But as it stands right now, that is not verified. That is just a rumor. So we may go into greater depth on this later in the week or next week whenever they catch the killer, and hopefully they do. But before we get into this other stuff, I want to talk briefly about it. I don't know if you've seen this. How embarrassing is it in the United States of America in 2025 that the shooter has literally vanished without a trace? Apparently, there are 800 cameras in or around the Brown University campus, inside the buildings, outside the buildings. We don't have a clue who this person is. We haven't found them. It's been days. And not only that, but have you seen the FBI investigation of this killing? Because I saw the videos on X. Have you seen this? And you have FBI agents literally walking around with their hands in their pocket, like 20 of them, 20 groups of them, maybe 10, 15 people each, walking around with their hands in their pockets like it's a school field trip, walking around in unison, looking around, kicking the snow with their feet, literally kicking the snow with their regular work boots, looking at the ground, looking at the sky, looking around, walking together, many of them women. And, you know, there have been a lot of disappointments about this Trump administration on immigration, on foreign policy, on the big stuff. And in fairness, it takes time and effort, and it's complicated to get the big stuff done. The biggest disappointment of the Trump administration so far are these kinds of displays. It's just not serious at all. And all of these attempts by the Trump administration, by Trump himself and his cabinet, to project strength and competence to make America look like we're back, it is complete military parade over the summer where Trump said, we are going to demonstrate our military might like China or North Korea or Iran or Russia with a grand military parade. And do you remember what a joke it was? They couldn't even march in time. They couldn't even march in time. They had drones in the parade, but they were holding them in their hand as opposed to flying them remotely. Literally walking in the parade, holding the POV drones like this. That was over the summer. It did the exact opposite. It said, look at what a joke the U.S. military is. Look at how sad and diminished and pathetic the institution has become. Or you had a video from the other day of the Navy shooting their firearms, and they had a few women, and they're literally shooting the handguns like this. Did you see that picture? They're doing firearms training. You had a female Navy recruit. They got her shooting the gun like this. No recoil control. You have a shooting at an Ivy League university in Rhode Island, in New England, where the HDI is like 100. There's 1,000 cameras. We have no idea. This killer walks in the engineering building, just lights it up. I guess he used a pistol, they've determined this. Lights the place up, over 10 people shot, shoots 2 people in the face, and he just gets away with it. Just gets away with it. They bring out the FBI, and that's the demonstration. And it's these idiots like Pete Hegseth, like Kristi Noem, like Kash Patel. These people are fucking idiots. And honestly, I'm rooting for the Trump administration. I want it to succeed. I would have been glad to be proven wrong about the administration if they really delivered a golden age, if they brought in disruptive people that would drain the swamp and do things differently. I really welcomed that. I wanted them to succeed. But they bring in Kristi Noem, and she's going out in an ice raid like she's a Barbie doll. She's got the vest on. She's got the cap on. She's running around. What are you doing? What are you doing? And Kash Patel, he wouldn't leave the plane until a woman lent him the FBI windbreaker jacket. He's eating at a restaurant when Charlie Kirk is dead. They've got a school shooter on the loose. He's doing a podcast with his girlfriend and Stephen Miller's wife. They got the FBI kicking the snow around. What are you looking for? What exactly are you looking for? Kicking the snow around. That's your systematic effort? Pete Hegseth, warrior ethos, warrior. And you have your military parade. It's a bunch of schlubs that can't even march in time. That's the biggest disappointment. What we wanted out of Trump from the very beginning in 2016 was actually competence. And I always go back to 2016 because that was the vision that realigned the country. Why has a Republican won the popular vote? Why did someone like Trump win the Electoral College in a landslide? Why has this movement been enduring? It's because of the blueprint and the vision laid out in 2016. And I always like to remind people what precisely that was. Sometimes I like to talk about how it was about anti-corruption. It was about money in politics and that sort of thing. Another part of that visionary idea of MAGA was that because Trump is a businessman, he would get in control of government and run it like a business. Instead of being incompetent and having perverse incentives and having career politicians, the idea was that Trump would get in and bringing his expertise from the private sector, he would bring in the most talented people and they would run it like a business. If you did poorly, you were fired. And it would be intense and rigorous and competent, and we've gotten the opposite. We have idiots in the government. Absolute idiots. And it's actually hurting the country. You almost wish that we had Biden back in a certain respect. Yes, the Biden administration was an embarrassment. Yes, the Democrats are an embarrassment. But when you look at who MAGA is bringing into the country, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Kristi Noem, these people are knuckleheads. Yes, they're ideologically aligned with the Trump administration, but what good does that do if they can't even do the basic duties that these departments are supposed to carry out? Forget about changing anything. Forget about reorienting it in a direction that is more right-wing. How about just doing your damn job? Have you ever heard of such a thing? This is the second time it's happened. Charlie Kirk got shot, and if the killer didn't turn himself in, we probably never would have caught him. Think about that. That was 3 months ago. Charlie Kirk got shot. The FBI had a person of interest, a suspect in custody 3 different times over days before finally the actual shooter just turned himself in over a guilty conscience or something. Literally. They said, we got him. Oh, wait, no, we don't. We got him. We don't have him. This time we have him. No, we don't. And then finally the killer said, I feel terrible. I did it. And then we picked him up. That was in September. December, school shooting at an Ivy League university. He's gone. He's just gone. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I don't know that I can even recall another shooting where the suspect just got away like that twice. And it's happened twice in 3 months. That's your FBI. And it's amazing because this administration is so obsessed with anti-Semitism. Think about it. I know people personally who cannot get into the United States on a tourism visa. They can't buy a plane ticket because someone in the State Department or in the Homeland Security Department reviewed their social media and determined that they are anti-Semitic. That's where the attention is at. FBI, DHS, state, all these federal departments, they're so preoccupied with what are they doing on the universities? They're making sure that no one can ever protest in the name of Palestine. They're deploying resource officers and anti-Semitism liaisons, and they want to change the curriculum in the Middle East Studies Department. That's the priority. Someone walks into a building and starts shooting people in the face, he gets away. But if you're in Europe and you criticize Israel, they're on it. You try to buy a plane ticket, they're on it. You can't come in. That's the focus. And it's like we talked about yesterday. There's a shooting in Australia. The perpetrator was known to Australian intelligence for 6 years. Guess they weren't paying close enough attention. They were too busy policing social media. They were too busy passing laws banning people from talking about the Holocaust or doing Nazi symbols or something. And now that an immigrant has killed somebody, now they want to take away more civil liberties. Same story here. The FBI, Education Department, State Department, DHS, they're so concerned about anti-Semitism, they can't catch somebody that's shooting people in the face. That guy got away. And even when they try to go out there with a show of force, it just makes us look worse. What do you think the killer is thinking right now? He's thinking, I literally just got away with mass murder. He's, I'm sure, watching on Twitter or watching on the news. The FBI is walking down the street, kicking the snow with their feet, with their hands in their pockets. I've never seen anything like it. Hands in their pockets, in their khakis, kicking the snow with their shoes like they're a suburban dad or something. And they're all kind of aimlessly walking around like this, looking up. Where's the killer? Where did the shooter go? Do you think he's even in Rhode Island anymore? Maybe he dropped something. It's the 21st century. This is what we're doing. What happened to Palantir? So what is Palantir supposed to be for? This is the definition, by the way, of anarcho-tyranny. If you're right-wing on the internet, you have a confidential informant assigned to you, practically. If you're right-wing on the internet and you post something bad about Jews or Israel, you're getting a visit. You're on the Palantir database. They've got your health records, they have your birth certificate, they have your social security card, they have your student loan information, they have got a dossier, they know everything about you. And I'm not even making that up, by the way. I talked to somebody recently from Europe who came into the United States. He said he was detained by DHS. They knew literally everything about him. Some right-wing guy. So when it comes to that, we have the technology. It's the 21st century. We have the all-seeing orb. We have the seeing stones. We can look into cyberspace. Somebody just starts shooting people in the face, well, we're back to good old-fashioned investigative work. I want 30 guys out there trudging the snow. But don't give them shovels, don't give them technology. Just set them out there in their windbreakers and khakis. Kick the snow around a little bit. That'll show we mean business for a school shooter. That's your golden age. And this is ideologically where I'm at. People say, what is my vision? What is my program? I want a competent government. I don't want a small government. I don't want a big government. I want an efficient government. I want government to do the things that it does very well. And those are things like, in this case, finding school shooters. Or in other cases, like having a competent military. Or deporting of serious people. We want the smartest. We want the best. We want the most elite people employed by the government doing the job of the state for the sake of the country. That is what we want. And that was a big part of Trump's appeal. Let's be a serious nation. Because it doesn't feel like a serious country. You look at China and you know they don't play. You look at China's government, you look at the Chinese Communist Party, you look at law and order, that's a country that doesn't fuck around. That's a country that isn't playing games. And say what you want about North Korea or other countries like that. One thing they have down, they have order. They have respect for the society. They take that seriously. Same goes for the Emirates. Same goes for a country like Singapore. People just don't play. They don't try their luck over there. Here, it's a free-for-all. And worse, not only is it a free-for-all, but it's only a free-for-all for the worst people. If you are a black gangbanger, you get away with everything. If you are a school shooter or a left-wing assassin, you get away with everything. If you're an illegal immigrant, you get away with everything. If you're a white, law-abiding, tax-paying American, you are absolutely screwed. You are under the microscope. If you defend yourself or your property too zealously, jail, throw the book at them. If you're speeding, they don't even pull you over. They have a speeding camera, red light camera, tickets in the mail. If you're a young kid, if you're a high school or college-age male, and you get in a little bit of trouble with alcohol, with a girl, something like that, throw the book at him. He's finished. We don't play around. But if you're a black guy driving a stolen car through a luxury store window and you steal $15,000 worth of merchandise, they don't even chase them. If you're an illegal immigrant, you've been here 40 years, you don't speak the language, you're working on a farm, they say, hey, let him work. He's not bothering anybody. If you're a Jewish minister that tries to rape a kid and you get caught by the FBI in a sting, they've literally just let you go. They let you get away. But if you're white, if you don't sign on the dotted line, you don't dot your I's, cross your T's, you slip up, they're throwing the book at you. Now you live in an Orwellian nightmare state. If you criticize Israel, if you're too right-wing, if you're part of a militia, you defend yourself the wrong way, you own too many guns, you're fucked. Anarcho-tyranny. And people just want to flip it around. People want tyranny for the lawbreakers, and they want relative freedom for people that are harmless. That's what we want. We want a lenient society for people that are productive. We want police officers to know the neighborhood, to let people have fun, let people, as long as they're doing it safely, as long as they're well-intentioned, we want police to look after those people, and we want them to crush the opportunists, the predators, the violent criminals, the foreigners, people that have no business being here. We want it inverted. That was the whole appeal. Law and order. And we're just not getting that. So I saw that FBI clip. It's just like, you have to laugh. It's so infuriating. I'm watching these videos. It's led by Kash Patel. See you in Valhalla, brother. Why was he not fired on the spot after that? Why does he still have a job? It was supposed to be Matt Gates. Could you imagine? Somehow we got something worse, Kash Patel. See you in Valhalla, brother. Should have been fired on the spot, even just for that. Should have been fired after they botched the investigation into Charlie Kirk's killing. And now what is this? He's got to go. We need somebody different there. This is ridiculous. Anyway, that's that. But I do want to move on. I want to get into some of this other stuff. Our featured story. It's all about, on that point, Charlie Kirk's assassination. And we'll talk about Candace Owens meeting with Erica Kirk. So, yesterday, finally, there was a showdown. But unfortunately, it didn't happen in public. It happened behind closed doors. Yesterday afternoon, Candace Owens finally had a sit-down with Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. They met for 4.5 hours with lawyers, with personnel. Candace asked all of her questions, and Turning Point personnel provided all of their answers, all of their receipts, documentation. They came prepared. And if you've been following the story, this is the latest development, because what was supposed to happen yesterday was a live stream. For months, Candace Owens has been accusing Turning Point USA of complicity or participation in Charlie Kirk's assassination. She says the Turning Point personnel betrayed Charlie Kirk. Those closest to him betrayed him. He was betrayed by everybody, she said. And as time has gone on, she has insinuated that Erica herself, who is now the head of Turning Point, as well as many of Charlie's close friends like Blake Neff and Andrew Colvin, among others, that they were all involved, that they either gave their consent or they participated in Charlie's murder. Finally, Turning Point felt the need to answer those charges. And they announced a couple of weeks ago that they would do a live stream addressing the allegations, a public, in-person live stream where they would talk about it. That was supposed to happen yesterday. And I'm sure you remember this. Blake Neff put down the gauntlet. He said they are hosting a live, in-person stream in Phoenix from Turning Point headquarters where they would respond with receipts and personnel and everything to all of the conspiracies about Turning Point. He said that Candace Owens could attend in person and that she would be at liberty to ask anything. Candace Owens declined the invitation. She said, I'm busy that day, I can't travel, but I'll live stream your live stream. So we were supposed to get a live, think about it this way, we were supposed to get a live in-person confrontation. And I think that's honestly the best case scenario, because that is how our court system works. You face your accuser. There's a sense of justice. There's a jury. The American people get to witness this on a live stream. We all get to watch. And we get to see the evidence presented. We get to see it laid out in a public forum, and we get to decide in the court of public opinion. And the accused will present their evidence. The accuser will present their evidence. The accused will face their accuser in person. And after that, nobody can say that anything is being hidden. Nobody can say that anything is being withheld from the public. I really think that would have been the best case scenario, because so much has been said on all sides of this. Wild conspiracies and speculation, as well as a lack of evidence, let's say, from Utah police. They've not presented all their evidence or their entire case because of the due process constitutional protections afforded to Tyler Robinson. And so I think everybody would have liked to see, whether you're skeptical or not, whatever side of it you're on, everybody would have liked to see Candace Owens, who unquestionably has spearheaded the issue, for better or for worse. We all wanted to see her ask the questions, and that would have been the moment of truth. Is there even a rebuttal? And if there is it compelling? What is it? Everyone was dying to know. But she backed down. She said, I can't go. My husband has people coming in from out of town. I'm busy that day. And that was a huge disappointment, because you can't do that. You actually can't spearhead a challenge like that and egg everybody on and lead the charge, lead the mob for 3 months, pointing the finger. They did it. They're guilty. We have the evidence. We have the receipts. We have the names. And then when those people who you have been accusing, when those people say, okay, bring it on, say it to our face where we can actually answer the charge. You can't turn around then and say, I'm busy that day. I got something going on. That doesn't work. Because at the minimum, let's say you don't have a responsibility to get everything right or anything right. Let's say for a moment that Candace is completely in the right. She can ask any questions, say anything, and even though she frequently gets it wrong or has disregard for the truth or her standards are lax, let's pretend for a moment that doesn't matter. At the minimum, if you're talking all that shit, you have an obligation then to face the person you're accusing and make the case. Because otherwise, what credibility do you really have? It's easy to sit in your fortress, in your bunker, and throw all this stuff out there, make these wild claims. I have ideas. I'm taking on the system. It's easy to do that when it's only going in one direction. How much credibility do you have that the moment someone stands up and says, you know what, you shrink and you retreat into the palace and say, never mind, I'm just going to do my own thing? It's not a good look, and it's the wrong thing. So she said she couldn't go. She said, as an alternative, she would live stream her reaction to Turning Point's live stream. Turning Point would go ahead and present their evidence, and rather than hearing it and challenging it in person, she said she would be live streaming it and giving her reaction to the public. And you say, well, that's not ideal, but it's maybe the next best thing. At the minimum, she's having to face in real time a counter-argument. And we'll see what she's made of. We'll see, it's sort of like a one-way cross-examination. We'll see if she's able to answer what they have to say. Well, then they work out, just in the last few days, we're not even getting a live stream at all. And they announce that instead, Candace Owens will be meeting privately with Erica Kirk behind closed doors. So no live stream. It's not in public. We don't get to hear it. We don't get the evidence. It's going to be completely private. And suddenly, Candace Owens' schedule clears up. She couldn't make the live stream, but she could stream the live stream. Now she made time, and she had a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk. So she didn't have time to fly to Phoenix, Arizona, but she did have time for a 4.5-hour meeting, which you have to imagine involved time on either side of that, traveling to and from. She couldn't fly there to do it in person, but she could do a 4.5-hour meeting where there's no cameras. I find that really interesting. And they say that it's a meeting with a guy named Strife at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, Turning Point's lawyers, and Candace Owens. That's the meeting. She's there for 4.5 hours. She doesn't say anything all day. Today, she gives her recap of the meeting on her show. She starts out by playing a Jewish song and dancing to it, and she says, Shabbat Shalom, which I find to be very strange. She talks about it on her show for about 30 minutes, and then spends another 30 minutes talking about a bunch of other crap. Really? This was the moment we were all waiting for. You backed down from the challenge. You didn't even live stream it. You caved and did this in-person meeting. You don't say anything all day. Everybody's waiting for it. Finally, you do your show recapping the 4.5-hour meeting. She doesn't even dedicate her entire 1-hour show to the meeting. Doesn't dedicate even the entirety of her 1-hour show the next day. She spends 30 minutes talking about it. I think she did more sponsorships than she talked about the actual meeting. More sponsorships for like pro-life and gold or whatever it is than she did talking about the actual meeting. And what she talked about, honestly, I didn't even follow it. I didn't even really understand what she said. It was so rambly and non-committal and half-baked. It seemed like at once she was saying, well, Turning Point is innocent. Erica Kirk is innocent, and they showed me some receipts, and Tyler Robinson's the killer, and he shot Charlie Kirk, and the bullet stopped in Charlie Kirk's neck because they saw the medical report. So she totally walked it back. But then at the same time, she comes out and says, well, but some people at Turning Point are bad because the vibes are off. No evidence. She just says, I don't know, I feel like something is off. She says she brought up the Egyptian planes to Erica Kirk, but didn't really tell us what the result of that was, what Erica said, or if there was a conclusion that was reached, and maintains that she still sort of believes in a conspiracy. And to borrow a phrase, the whole show was pretty fake and gay. Fake and gay. She sounded nervous. She sounded not confident. It sounded like she knows she's full of shit. It was confused, rambling, non-committal, wants to maintain the facade that there's some conspiracy, I'm still on the case, but at the same time, walking significant parts of it back, and in the end, only spending about half the show talking about it before she launched into a bunch of other stuff about Tim Pool and other drama. And here's what I think happened. So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress, this uppity black woman, has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to fuck with me, nigga. Now, we've been hearing that for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me.
Look at you go, sir.
Where'd she go?
Crushing it today.
Where'd that Candace go? Where is she? What happened? Did they replace her with a body double? Is it AI? Check her earlobes. Check her earlobes. Did they replace her? Because we got a very different Candace Owens. Today, we got a Candace Owens who was sort of nervous, saying, hi, guys, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone's saying I sold out. What do you mean? That's not true. Those are bots saying that. I still believe there's a conspiracy. What happened? What happened to that same energy? She went into the meeting with this energy, giddy, grinning, smiling. Erica Kirk, she's talking about me. I know she's talking about me. I'm going to set her straight. I'm going to ask my questions. Tell me where I lied, she said. Then she goes in the meeting, whole different attitude. Changed her tune. She comes out of the meeting, whole different attitude. Erica's the best. Turning Point's innocent. It's just some people in Turning Point might be bad because, if we don't know, but we know, it feels off. What happened? You know what I think happened? I think this is why Turning Point called the meeting in the first place. Because a lot of people that defend Turning Point were saying they're making a mistake hosting the meeting. They're saying, no matter what they say, Candace will continue fanning the flames of the conspiracy. People said, so why did Erica agree to the meeting? Here's what I think happened, based on my intimate knowledge of how these things work. The way the defamation law works in the United States is very interesting. If you defame or libel an ordinary person, a private citizen, there's a very low bar to prove that you've defamed somebody. So let's say if I talk about my neighbor who is not on Twitter, who's not on Facebook, who's not a famous person, if I take my neighbor who's a private person that just has a job and is unknown, and I start saying, this person's a murderer, this person's a rapist, this person's terrible, all they have to prove is that I was reckless. All they have to prove is that what I'm telling the world about that person is not true. And they win. And they get to extract a lot of damages. If, however, you are a public figure, if you're famous, so let's say if you're the president of the United States, if I say a lot of terrible things about the president, he has a much higher bar legally to find me guilty. He has to prove, the standard is called actual malice. And what that means is that you knew you were lying, and you lied to hurt that person. And then they have to prove how much money they lost. So it's very difficult to prove defamation if you're a public figure, and it's even more difficult for it to be lucrative, for it to be viable, to win any kind of money, because you have to prove the damages too. How do you prove that somebody is engaging in actual malice? You have to prove that they lied and they knew they were lying, which is a very tough thing, because how do you know that somebody is lying? Well, I imagine maybe that's what they did in this meeting, because Turning Point brought their lawyers and they brought their documentation. And if they show Candace Owens certain information with a lawyer present, If Candace continues to talk badly about Turning Point after having verifiably seen evidence to the contrary, they can prove actual malice. They can prove that she's knowingly lying. Maybe that's what they did. Maybe that was the strategy. Perhaps during the meeting, Candace Owens was threatened. And they told her, if you keep going like this, we have now shown you the evidence. We will sue your pants off for defamation. Because why else would it be a private meeting? Why would it be a private meeting? Why would Candace take a private meeting instead of doing it in the public? Isn't that her whole thing? Isn't her whole thing that we need to disclose things? We want people to know? She's going out there saying, why does nobody care? Why isn't the FBI talking? Why won't they give us the evidence? Why isn't Turning Point answering me? Why isn't the president addressing this? But then she takes a private meeting. Make that one make sense. For 3 months, the line was that we needed a public disclosure. That's why she was airing this out on her show. That's why she's showing private text messages. That's why she's attacking people on her show every week. Ostensibly, even if you're a believer, it's for the sake of public disclosure. Then you get a private meeting. Let me tell you what happens in a private meeting. It is not disclosure. What happens in a private meeting is a deal is made. That is what happens in private meetings. Private closed-door meetings with lawyers present is for deals. That is where deals are made. Deals that might not be well received by the public. That is where secretive arrangements are made in the shadows where no one is looking so that two sides can come to a formal agreement without the pressures of public opinion. That's what a private meeting is for. So she sits down for 4.5 hours, and I'm sure she was told in some way, shape, or form, we will sue you if you don't stop. And so Candace went live the next day, and she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She's trying to keep up the charade for her followers that if she keeps talking, one, she's wrong. She was definitively told she was wrong, and that she's going to be sued. And what's sad about this is that the real enemy, the real problem is the culture of paranoia that she has created. Because now her own audience doesn't even believe her. And I watched this live stream today, 300,000 people watching, and all the comments were negative. All of them. In the live chat, all of the top comments. If you go to the top comments of her video, every single one is saying, I can't trust anybody. It's a big club and no one's in it. I'm done with this. This has rotted my brain. I'm going back to my normal life. We can't trust anybody. Everybody is saying that she got the call. She sold out. She even addressed it on her show. She said it's all bots. So I guess that's part of the conspiracy now too. The French, the Egyptians, the Israelis, the Beekeeper Society, and even her own audience that disagrees with her, now they're part of the conspiracy too. And the audience think she's part of the conspiracy. Everybody's pointing the finger at everybody else. And now she's being devoured by by the monster that she herself created. She whipped everybody up with this insanity, totally irrational, totally paranoid. She got told the facts. She's trying to save face, and she's now being devoured by the monster that she herself created, who is saying, oh, now she's in on it. Now, Erica was at her wedding. She's in the club too. And it's a fitting end. And I think these contradictions are eventually going to destroy her. You see, she's becoming completely unhinged. The way that she is lashing out at Tim Pool, she did some Instagram live, pleading with her audience, I'm not compromised. This is the beginning of the end. These contradictions will devour her. And in the end, she is going to get crippled by defamation lawsuits. I know she's got a few of them coming at least. And that's going to be the end of it. Let this be a lesson. And the lesson is, our strongest weapon that we have is the truth. And the second that we compromise on our intellectual standards, the second that we compromise for the sake of some sense of partisanship, For example, I saw Ian Carroll. He said, "You're on the wrong side of this. You're siding with the wrong people. This is an opportunity to strike a blow against Israel." The second that you start to engage in that kind of mentality, you lose your greatest weapon, which is the truth, which confers credibility upon you. It confers legitimacy. And that is gold. It is worth its weight in gold. Because think about the crisis that the country is undergoing. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis of legitimacy. It is a crisis of credibility. That is how you would characterize the problem in society. It's faithlessness. Faithlessness in the elections, in the mainstream media, in the universities, in our government, in our law enforcement, in our politicians. It is a loss of confidence that all of the powerful people are being honest to us, or that they're looking out for us, or that they're even who they say they are. That's really the problem. It would be great if we had an intelligence agency that was actually defending the homeland and was made up of patriots and was looking out for the people. It would be great if we had a paper of record that was actually honest and looking out for the people. It would be great if we had a leader, a president, that was honest and looking out for the people. We would love that. We would love national unity. We would love efficaciousness from these institutions. We would love leadership from a natural hierarchy of elite people. We would love those things. That is what makes a country great. But we have lost confidence in all these people because they have abused their trust, or the trust that has been placed in them. The politicians are corrupt and lie. The intelligence agencies are corrupt, infiltrated, and they lie. The media is corrupt, infiltrated, and it lies. And so now people don't believe in anything. And most people have difficulty discerning because most people have not dedicated their life to sifting through political truth, which can be abstruse and sophisticated and convoluted. So that's why people are having a difficult time. They're unmoored. They don't know where to get information. They don't know who to trust. In comes America First. In comes those who are Israel critical or whoever. And they say, we have a better way. We are going to be honest about race. We're going to be honest about the problems we have. We're going to be honest about Israel and the influence of foreign countries. We have what the institutions don't, and that is credibility, legitimacy, confidence. And we have those things because we tell the truth. When it's unpopular, when it's inconvenient, when sometimes it's messy or can be inconsistent too sometimes. It doesn't always comport with the narrative. The world is not always black and white. And credibility is something that is earned over time by telling the truth and having a good track record. Admitting when you're wrong. Being proven right even when it was unpopular to say the things you were saying. Saying a thing that will cost you monetarily or socially or politically. That is what gives a person their credibility, is their willingness to tell the truth, even when it hurts them. And this is an example of what happens when you embrace everything else, the passions of the crowd, when you drop any editorial standards, when you don't vet information, when you're doing it for money or you're doing it for a grift. There actually is a conflict of interest. At some point, you have to say, if you're getting millions and millions of views, hundreds of thousands of live viewers, you're making millions of dollars, you have to at some point say there is a financial incentive to keep this going, always. And you have to then evaluate, is this person doing it for money or for the sake of the truth? That becomes a conflict of interest. And I think this is an example of that runaway train where, let's be honest, the conspiracy theorists are now in the driver's seat. It is now popular. It is now lucrative. There is no censorship anymore. It's not like it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, if you were a conspiracy theorist, you were ostracized, you made no money, you were censored, you were ridiculed. It was actually, you had to care about the truth more than anything to say those things because it cost you. Let's be honest, it isn't that way anymore. Candace Owens is probably the #1 political live streamer or political content creator in the country by far. 300,000 live viewers today. She's making more money maybe than anybody as a conspiracy theorist. So it's not like it was. And now there are these perverse incentives where it just pays to be paranoid. It just pays to throw shit at the wall. And say, oh, I don't believe in that. I'm just asking questions. Oh, this stinks. Oh, this looks ridiculous. There's now a powerful financial incentive to just say that for the sake of the money because there's a general climate of suspicion. And that's why now it is the job of the genuine conspiracy theorist to exercise judgment, prudence, restraint. The pendulum has swung. Now everyone's a conspiracy theorist, and the mob is whipped up, and they will go with anything, any crumb, any seed of doubt. They be restrained. Now it's our job to lead, actually, in a different way. And for those that cannot discern, to actually provide. Candace Owens was not doing that, and now she is being devoured by her own audience. She told her audience, there's this completely insane conspiracy, everyone's in on it. It was told to me in a dream. We don't know anything, but we know somehow, because we feel like it. And consequently, now that she has been told the facts, backed up by the threat of a lawsuit, now she's in this impossible situation. If she tells the truth, they're not going to believe her. If she lies, she's going to get sued and destroyed. So she's trying to satisfy everybody, and her audience turns on her and says, you know what, I'm just going to bury my head in the sand all over again. She has set back the movement probably 5 years in every way. So let that be a lesson. Now she's cracking up. Where does she take it from here? Who knows? And I think I will at some point be doing an expose about her and where she came from. This is an all too familiar pattern. Who is this person? And I said it to her face when I did her show. For all these people, they say, you talk so much shit. I said it to her face. I said, when I was 18 in 2017, I got canceled for criticizing Israel. You're 10 years older than me. What's your excuse? Where was Candace Owens in 2015? She was suing people for racism. She was suing her landlord, trying to get out of paying her rent, saying that she was infected with black mold and she totally faked it so she could avoid paying her rent. She was doxing conservatives with social autopsy. Then she was telling everybody blacks were going to vote Republican. Never happened. Complete grift. How much money did she pocket from Turning Point selling that fucking lie? Then she worked for Daily Wire. She literally worked for the enemy. Now she's a conspiracy theorist. So what's the pattern here? You have some people like me. They have been consistent for 10 years. Criticizing Israel. The show's called America First. We're race realist, immigration moratorium, trying to infiltrate the Trump admin, trying to secure succession for someone more right-wing than Trump. I have been consistent for 10 years. When it's popular, when it's unpopular. When you get censored, when you get sponsored. When you lose all your friends, when you make a lot of friends. I've been doing that for 10 years since I became an adult. Candace, on the other hand, for 10 years, it's been one grift after another. Selling your land, suing your landlord, suing your white ex-boyfriend for racism, doxing conservatives, telling everybody you're going to get black people to vote Republican, holding down the fort at Daily Wire. She was on an episode of Mr. fucking Burcham, bro. She did an episode of Mr. Burcham. She's in a rap video from 10 years ago. She is another typical political whore. She is a political whore. And I know a lot of them, and they're not all female. That's not a sexist, misogynistic thing. These people are political whores. And I'm sure you know them. They will go anywhere where there's a check. They will go anywhere, do anything, any video, It's like Alex Clark, for example. Where was Alex Clark before she was on Politics? She was on, like, Big Brother. She was on, like, a dating show in a jacuzzi. It's like there are a lot of people in the political world. They now have shows. Where were they before they were on shows? They were with talent agencies. They were in commercials. They were in music videos. They were on reality shows. Because these are people that desperately wanted fame, desperately wanted that lifestyle. And eventually they landed in conservative politics, the biggest grift of all. And so there's a familiar trajectory. They're with a talent agency. Maybe they dabbled with, like, they were a cam whore. Maybe they were in a music video. Maybe they were on some low-rent reality show. And eventually they got into normie Republican politics, spewing bullshit. They're like pro-Trump. They're telling people vote Republican. They're saying conservatism's a new punk rock or whatever. And now that everyone's hating on Israel, now they're that too. Oh, look, Nick Fuentes is viral for hating on Israel. Candace Owens, Tucker's viral for hating on Israel. It's literally free engagement. Can't believe it's not patched. And now they're on that bandwagon. Like that's literally the pattern with many of these people. And at the minimum, I have a lot of respect for, I would call them entryists, institutionalists. There are a lot of people inside, let's say, Turning Point or the conservative movement. I don't agree with these people. And I don't agree with their politics. But I have a lot more respect for them because many of them earnestly believe, some, not all, but they earnestly believe that change will come through an institutional approach. And they dedicate their life to, like, GOP organizing because they think that's how we can change the country. Okay, I don't really agree with that sort of approach, but they believe in it. And then you got these e-celebrities that glom on, and they're literally do anything for a check. They want to be Oprah. They want to be famous. They want to be an influencer. They want to be an Instagram model, celebrity. And if they ever got a more attractive offer to do anything else, they would take it in a heartbeat. If they got offered a record deal, if they got offered a contract to be a reality show host, they would do that in 5 seconds flat. Because this is literally for them just a stepping stone into superstardom. And we have to recognize that the incentives are such that now everyone's criticizing Israel because they see that as a stepping stone. So we now actually have to exercise some judgment, discernment, restraint. That's why I said from the beginning, I don't buy all this stuff, and I'm not about to, oh, well, everyone's blaming Israel. I'm going to hop on that train because I'm that guy and it fits my brand, and it would be unpopular if I didn't. I'm not about to start doing that anytime soon. I haven't done it for 10 years. I'm not going to start doing it now because you see what that creates. It's good in the short term. Sure, she made a lot of money, but in the long term, well, we'll see how that goes. So anyway, that was the Erica Candace meeting. What a letdown. Total content cucking too. That's the biggest disappointment of all. Because she raised that challenge. I'm on a crusade. I'm at war with Erica. And they said, okay, put up or shut up. And she said, oh, my husband won't let me. My husband won't let me. And then she agrees to a closed-door meeting where she took a fucking deal. She agreed to a closed-door meeting where she got the call. She took a fucking deal. She shook hands on it, and she got scared. And then she comes the next day, and all that swagger, all that cockiness has left her body. It has evaporated from her. Now she's just a mom again. So, serves you right, you trusted a woman. This is, once again, I will remind you, this is what happens. It's too many women. Marjorie Greene, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens. It's too many women. And as a man, I'm going to start to say, look, I'm going to be honest here for a second, and I hope you can handle this. How is it that the conservative movement is constantly preaching traditional values, a return to masculinity, strength, and nationalism? But it's all women running the show. All women. Who is our political hero? Marjorie Greene. Who's our thought leader? Candace Owens. Who's the mediator? Megyn Kelly. even, I'll say I don't agree with it, who's in charge of Turning Point? Erica Kirk. What's with all the women? How do you expect to win over young men if it's all women in charge? One. Two, how can you win over anybody if you're inconsistent? How are you telling everybody, we need to have more babies, get married young, have more kids than you can afford, all this? Biblical masculinity, biblical values, and then you tell the men, submit to a woman, submit to your female boss. And Tucker Carlson's the biggest offender. You know, Tucker has this facade like he's this bro. I'm a bro. I'm chewing my Zen, and hey, I just like to fucking chew Zen, and I'm all out of Zen, and I'm just a normal dude, bro. And he endlessly simps for women and pussy worships. Like Tucker Carlson worships pussy. He's a pussy worshiper. Not to be vulgar, maybe you prefer a different expression, he's pussy whipped. Nobody will tell these women what's up. I told Candace to her face, I said, you're a woman. I don't want to hear you critique my social life. I don't want to hear you tell me what to do about marriage. You're a woman. Don't tell me what to do. You have no authority over me. You're not my wife. I'm not your husband, tragically. You can't tell me what to do. And I say the same to Piers Morgan, who's a female, basically spiritually female. I say the same thing to all these people. Women can't tell us what to do. Where are the men? And people say, well, you're not the shining example of masculinity. You're right. You're right. So where are they then? I get all these married guys. They're like, oh, this kid, he's not a father. He's not married. He's a little twerp. Okay, true. Yeah, fair enough. So where are all the married guys? Where are all the dads that are going to put their foot down and say, you know what? The man is the fucking man of the house. And the man should be the man of the conservative movement too. But they're not saying that. They're telling all these young guys, get ready to submit to your wives forever. Get ready and sign up to serve your wife. You need to earn her affection with servant leadership. If your wife is cheating on you, if your wife is bossing you around, if your wife is being a bitch, well, you're just not man enough. That's on you. You need to serve her better. You need to get her more money to buy shit. You need to eat more bucks. And I'm over here saying, hey, listen, I know I'm the fucking incel loser, but put women in their place. So it's too many women. Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens. It's enough already. It's enough already. We've had enough of that. We don't need women setting the speed limit for the boys and men to make up the right-wing movement, telling them that's inappropriate, that's not acceptable. You know, Candace is calling Tim Pool a faggot. It's one thing if a man calls Tim Pool a faggot. I don't want to hear women calling men faggots. That's disgusting. And honestly, George Farmer needs to put his wife in her place. Then your wife is emasculating other men. Tim Pool, by the way, say what you want about him. This guy has been shot at. And I hate to say it because me and Tim Pool have not had a good relationship and we disagree on a lot of things. But Tim Pool actually faces the music. He's out there. He was out there facing Antifa 10 years ago as a citizen journalist. He's out there at his compound getting shot at. And he doesn't back down. When he gets shot at, he doesn't go and shrivel up and complain. Who are you? You're somebody's wife? You're some woman? He's a faggot. He's not gay, but he's a pussy. Oh my goodness. Women should not feel so comfortable talking about men like that in public, especially men that are not their husbands. A married woman is going out and attacking other men like this, mouthing off to other men. If I were Tim Pool, I would say, hey, George, can I beat the fuck out of your wife, or are you going to do it? What kind of man will entertain that? What kind of man should even be expected to entertain that? You're a public figure. You're a man. Some black woman is attacking your masculinity. You're going to sit there and argue? It's like, hey, George, can I slap your wife, or are you going to do your job? And I'm not encouraging violence against women, but that's totally out of line. That is totally inappropriate, and that is part of the problem. It's that women have no accountability. They talk like men, they have jobs like men, they lead like men, but unlike men, no accountability. If you're a man saying that about another man, you would expect to get your ass kicked, or you'd expect to get in a fight. But you can't put hands on a woman. So what are you going to do? You're going to argue with a woman? That's women's specialty. They're going to try to trigger you emotionally, manipulative, and they know they're never going to get hit. They know nothing bad is ever going to happen. That's why they can't talk like men. That's why they can't grapple with men. Because we all know that you can never hold them accountable. That's your husband's job to hold them accountable. And that's maybe the most evil thing about all this. You're out there pushing traditional values. Candace wants to have it all ways. She goes on her show and says, I have to take it up with my husband. My husband tells me what to do. My man tells me what to do. And then she's on her show fucking mouthing off. Okay, so what is this trad family exactly? First of all, he's the son of a lord. You're a ghetto live streamer. That's not trad. Second of all, he's white and from England. You're black and from the ghetto. That's not very trad either. 3, you're a public figure, famous. You're talking about powerful and rich and influential. And what's he doing? He's in the cut chair? That's not traditional either. And she's the first one to say, make him a sandwich. I'm not a feminist. I am done with these trad feminists. I am done with the trad thoughts, the trad whores, trad this and trad that. We're cargo culting traditionalism. It's a simulacrum of traditionalism. It's a representation of a representation that never existed. A situation where women get to do whatever the fuck they want, but men have all these obligations. You young men need to shut up and get married and man up. You need to go and work in a factory and live in Ohio. You need to go and work at a nail factory and live in southern Indiana and shut the fuck up and just pay for your wife's stuff and pull her chair out for her and be masculine and work with your hands and be this and be that. Oh, but your wife? Well, she has no accountability. She can have a job. She can talk however she wants. She can condescend to you, and she can be a bitch, and she can talk however she likes in public and act a fool. She can have an Instagram, and you take pictures for her. I'm sorry, is that how it was in the 1900s? Is that how it was in the 1800s? Is that how it was in traditional times? That's your, 50s cargo cult. Where the man's got to be the man's man, put yourself last, servant leadership, shut up, and you need to really be into your domestic life. Don't be a polygamist, and don't do these other things. Oh, but your wife? Oh, she could call Tim Pool a faggot on her show where she's bringing down $500 million defamation lawsuits every day. George Farmer, control your bitch. George Farmer, and listen, I like the guy. I met him. I know he doesn't approve of how I talk about his wife. I deserve a slap or a punch from him, honestly. Nice guy. But George, get your bitch in line. Control your bitch. You can't have your wife talking about other men like that. Honestly, Tim Pool should beat the shit out of George Farmer. He's got that coming. A lot of people should be kicking George Farmer's ass for the way his wife has been talking. He's got that coming. And I'm not encouraging that. I'm not calling for violence. But I'm saying, listen, that don't fly. That's not cool. You want to be a trad movement? You want to be a trad marriage? Tell your wife to watch her fucking mouth. You can't be talking about men like that if you're a married woman. It's disgusting. It's not traditional. They're the first ones to say everybody should be in a trad marriage, but your wife is going to be a complete bitch. Mouthing off like that? What world you from? Where's that trad? Where's that traditional? You think that flies in China? You think that flies in Saudi Arabia? In Saudi Arabia, the women can't even touch men that aren't their husband. And I'm not saying we should be like Saudi Arabia, but could you imagine a society where somebody's wife is out there saying, that guy's a faggot, that guy is a pussy, that guy's like feminine, this guy's a bitch. It would never fly in any traditional country, in any traditional time period. It's insane. Same goes for Megyn Kelly. Going out there, tone policing everybody, telling Donald Trump, you called women disgusting slobs. Nick Fuentes killed Ben Shapiro in Grand Theft Auto. Sorry, what are you, my mom? Last time I checked, you're some Fox News talk show host. You're not my mom. You have no authority over me. Oh, you don't like my tone? Well, you're a woman. Frankly, you're a sensitive, emotional woman. Well, he played this video game. It was disgusting. Okay, well, it wasn't for you. It's for the young men that watch my show that play video games. Are you one of their moms? Am I in the basement of one of my friends' houses and we're playing video games? Mom came down the stairs and said, you boys, I mean, we're in America. This is politics. What do you mean?
Need me to bring you a ride?
And this is just how it goes. And everybody entertains this. And they dismiss me as like some woman-hating, virgin, incel, whatever. And I'm the only one with any kind of traditional disposition. It's not about hating women. I don't hate women actually at all. I actually find women to be pleasant. When they act like women. It's not about hating women. It's not about disrespecting women or being cruel towards women. Women are actually amazing when they actually act like women. When they are pleasant, when they smile, when they know their place, when they know their role. And men have a place too. Men have a role. And women have a role too. Women don't like to be told that. My place, my role. Yes, ma'am. You have a place, you have a role, just like men do. A man's place is to be in the front line during danger. That's our place. In an emergency, in danger. A man's role is to provide and to protect. That's our place. Your place is to be nice. Your place is to be pleasant, nice, beautiful, virtuous, raise the kids, take care of the home, support your man. That's your place. That's your role. And when women act like women, it's a beautiful thing. But we have a country of women LARPing as men. Dressing like men, talking like men, acting like men, but they're not men, and they can never be held accountable like men. They can never be men. They're never going to be fighting in the war. They're never going to be the cops, the firemen. They're never going to be the garbage men. You're never going to see them cleaning the windows on a skyscraper. You're never going to see them at the top of a radio tower. You're never going to see them running the electrical grid or inventing anything. And when are conservative men going to learn? All I get are these wife guy, girl dad doofuses. Tucker Carlson is emblematic of that. He's a sissy. He's a wife guy, girl dad. He says, I'm afraid of women. I think you're afraid of your wife. Tucker says, Nick is steadfast and strong. No, he's afraid of women. I think you're just a pussy worshiper. I think you're just whipped for your wife. Talking to me about it's our job to please our wives. Happy life, happy life. Happy wife, happy life, he tells me. And I'm just afraid of women. No, we just reject this girl dad, wife guy bullshit, frankly. Maybe that works for you, that doesn't work for us. Maybe that worked in your generation, that doesn't work in our generation. You know, and you sound like an old person when you talk like that. Happy wife, happy life. If that was our mentality, we would get eaten alive. Is that, you know, now that women are on basically a form of welfare, now that they have Instagram, if you're just endlessly pleasing some woman, you know what's going to happen? You're going to be like Piers Morgan. That's happy wife, happy life in action. Piers Morgan and Tucker, two wife guy, girl dads, getting together, getting cucked by their wives. I do half the chores. I please my wife, and she's over there pleasing Mr. Suds. She's over there pleasing every guy that's on her Ashley Madison account. So give me a break with that. Anyway, that's just sort of an extended, that was your extra innings there. Little downloadable content at the end there. We're going to move on. We're going to get into our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. We'll talk about Venezuela tomorrow. I covered everything I wanted to. We'll dive into the super chats. Isn't that true, though? That's the thing. You know, I don't know if people are lying about me or what. Do people think that I genuinely hate non-whites, Jews, women? I really don't. If that means anything to you, if that's worth anything, I really don't. I really don't hate anybody. I don't wake up with hatred for anybody. I love all of them in their proper place. I like propriety. And it is proper for non-white people to be somewhat deferential in a country that was founded by whites. And by that I mean we want them to be courteous. We want them to be considerate. We want them to have a little bit of acknowledgement. And I'm not talking maybe about blacks as much. But for all of these immigrants and descendants of immigrants, how about a little bit of reverence for the country that welcomed you in? I don't hate you. I don't want you dead. I don't want you out of my country because you're non-white. What I expect is a little bit of reverence for the country that graciously welcomed you in. If you want to stay here, if you want to call yourself American, then act like it. Be an asset, not a liability. Be courteous, be respectful. Have some fucking respect for the country and the people that built it, that graciously allowed you in. Where's your obligation? We have this obligation, endless tolerance, endless acceptance, always more welcoming. What is their end of the bargain? They come into this country that was built by whites. It's peaceful, it's prosperous, there's a legal system, and there's no obligation at all. They don't have to do it legally. They don't have to love the country. They don't have to love the flag or any of it. They're going to be burning Waymos in California when illegals get deported. I mean, what is that? And the same goes for women. People say you hate women. I do love women. I love my mother. I loved my grandmother. I love my sister. And I love a lot of women that are in our movement. I love Michelle Malkin. I love Gina Bontempo. I love Roaming Millennial. I love a lot of these women because they are women. And not to simp, but they're beautiful, they're smart, they're pleasant to be around, they're mothers, homemakers. They're what a woman should be. I don't like these women that LARP as men. It's odious. And the same goes for Jews. You want to be a Jew and make your movies and do your thing, okay. But stop apostatizing my country. Stop subverting my country. You want to be a Jew in Hollywood? All right, you seem to make the best movies. But let's make a movie about Jesus every now and then. How about that? And let's stop making movies glorifying drug abuse and murder and rape and homosexuality and all this other stuff. Let's make something patriotic. You could do it. And if you can't, then maybe we take your studio from you. Maybe we take all your stuff from you. Anyway, that's just a little aside. Another little aside. All right, but let's take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about this. That's my America First vision. I want a country that is harmonious. I want a country where men and women cooperate and live in harmony. I want a country where whites and blacks cooperate and live in harmony. I want a country where Jews and Christians cooperate and live in harmony. I don't want to live in a country where white, straight, Christian men are being murdered and expropriated for all of their privileges, power, rights, for groups that hate them. Like, that's not harmony. That's not actually good for everybody. Let's not kill the golden goose that laid the golden egg.
You calling for some wheels? I'm
Or what?
Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you
The
up.
goose that laid the golden egg. You know, I like the word harmony because it implies that although we have differences, we can work together. Although we have differences, we can acknowledge them, we can be aware of them, and we can find complementarity, and we can work in a way where it's positive. I like that word. But I don't like words like tolerance. What does it mean to tolerate something? If you come to my house and I say, hey, yeah, come over for a few hours, I'll tolerate you. What does that mean? Do you feel good about that? Let's tolerate everyone. Let's tolerate everything. Toleration, that doesn't actually sound great. Or whatever, diversity. Not really a great word. Is diversity inherently good? I mean, no, not inherently. Can be, but not. It doesn't necessarily lead to good things. And depending upon what you mean by that, racial diversity actually sounds like a recipe for disaster for a giant country. So I like harmony, cooperation. We can recognize there's distinct things that can mesh on the basis of a common interest. Anyway. But let's keep going here. Let's get on into the super chats. No more stalling. I gotta scroll through. For some reason, it's displaying the super chats from yesterday and today, so I have to sort through them. All right, here we go.
Commander Good sent $50. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Commando Boy for 25 sent $20. Nick, I think people are asking your order because it's like a fan thing. You get the order the celebrity gets, like that MC Donald's mess shake thing.
Okay, but you gotta understand about Raising Cane's. They literally only sell one thing. Okay? So, that doesn't make any sense. Somebody asked me yesterday, what's your Raising Cane's order? I said, the only thing they sell is chicken fingers and french fries. That's it. I said, so what you're really asking me is how many chicken fingers do you get at the chicken finger restaurant? I said, you're asking me if I get 4 or 5 chicken fingers? And you're telling me, well, no, they're asking like what your celebrity order is. It's the same problem here. I'll tell you the menu at Raising Cane's. They have a combo with 3 chicken fingers, 4 chicken fingers, 5 chicken fingers, and chicken fingers between 2 pieces of bread. They sell the bread on the side, coleslaw, and fries. That is their menu. There is nothing else. There is no salad. There are no burgers. There are no beef products. There is no pork. There are no vegan products. It is a chicken finger store. They sell chicken fingers and chicken fingers on bread. They sell the bread, they sell french fries, and coleslaw, and that is it. So, if I'm going to Raising Cane's, I'm getting chicken fingers and sides, okay? That's my order, like everyone else at the drive-thru. It's like the McDonald's thing. Yeah, but see, that's different because McDonald's has chicken, beef, fish, salad, breakfast, dinner, ice cream, cookies, okay? McDonald's has they have pancakes. So, no, it's not the same at all.
Larry Silverstein is a piece of shit devil sent $20. My condolences to your friend Charlie Kirk, sir. But how are you holding up? I'm doing very good. But yeah, we got the trucks. They just started construction on the ballroom for the White House. We've been trying to get it for 150 years. It's magnificent. Trump then asked about how he is holding up when Kirk got low. Souls.
That was really a telling moment. Because Charlie Kirk he was friends with Trump. It's not like Charlie Kirk was one among other Republicans. They were friends. And Charlie helped Trump get elected. When Trump carried the young male vote in 24 by like 30 points, that's in large part because of Charlie Kirk. He gets blasted in the head. And honestly, it's sad by itself. I was affected. I never even met him. I never shook his hand. And Trump could not care less. They go up, they say, what do you think about Charlie? He goes, yeah, like, whatever. I mean, could you imagine? And honestly, I feel bad for Charlie in that way. Imagine you dedicate yourself to the cause like that, supporting Trump, supporting the GOP, and look at how the GOP treats him. It's sad. It's actually sad.
Kathleen sent $20. Have you ever wondered what's inside of a green bean?
Yeah, I guess.
Palestine sent $250. Just dropping by to show support. Standing by you always, brother. God bless.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate all the support. And we stand with Palestine. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
Ohio sent $20. months, so I decided to take a trip to FLPL 22nd. No TV issue, just seeing the beauty of the world. So many suicidal people out there, and I'm fighting for my life. I pray daily for the safety of you and my Grover family. I love you all. We'll be home soon. Pain is worse, so they may be right. Sad face emoji, Latin cross emoji.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Christine. Well, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. I hope nobody's bothering you. It's a nice place to be. Florida's really beautiful, so I hope you're getting to spend some time on the beach, and hope you got a nice place, enjoying good food. But I'm really sorry to hear that. We're praying for you, and I hope you get some comfort, maybe relieve the pain. But you got to keep the faith, Just take it one day at a time. That's all anyone can do.
I'll bring it to you.
My mother has cancer also, and it's a bad prognosis. But I tell her, I don't like to say it this way. Maybe it sounds callous. You look at somebody like Charlie Kirk, 31 years old. You ever expect that someone like that is going to die? He's at the top of the world, traveling the world, with the most powerful people, managing hundreds of millions of dollars, on podcasts, texting the most famous people. Here today, gone tomorrow. Think about Trump. Trump outlived Charlie Kirk. He was born in 1946. That's just life for everybody. It's fleeting. And, you've heard stories where people get a bad prognosis and they outlive it by months, sometimes years, sometimes decades. You never know. Some people, they make all these plans to get in a helicopter, the helicopter falls into the ocean. A plane falls through your house, through your living room. All you can ever do is worry about the day. It's like the Bible says, tomorrow has enough of its own troubles. Worry about today. And remember that day will come for all of us. We don't know when. We don't know how. Tomorrow's not promised to anybody, so I don't know if that's any comfort, but that's how I think about it, even for my own life. It's sort of funny like that. I mean, for the terminally ill, death lurks around the corner. For someone like me, death literally lurks around the corner for all of us. All of us. The rich, the poor, the young, the old, sick, healthy. It's lurking around the corner for everybody, and it's completely random. And all you can ever do any day is just try to live out the day. Enjoy. Do the right thing. Tell the truth, right? Eventually that day will be the day, right? And it really doesn't make much of a difference. The past is all memories. The future doesn't exist. I mean, when that day arrives, it will be today. So, anyway, that's what I think about it. But we're praying for, hopefully it's not anytime soon, because we really love you and we really appreciate everything about you. And we hope to hear more from you. But enjoy your trip in Florida. Hey, just enjoy. Don't even listen to the show. The show's negative. I hope you see some of the clips. Maybe you get a kick out of them. But just try to enjoy nature. Try to enjoy the sun, the weather, the food to the best of your ability. Be with people you love. Do things you love to do. And hang in there, okay? Because you got a lot of people praying for you. You got a lot of people rooting for you, praying for you. And I got a surprise for you. I think you're really going to like it. But good luck out there. We're praying for you. God bless.
Cuddy Morgan sent $30. Yo, Nick. Been watching for a few months now. Loving the show and I share your views to the fullest. My town is infested with Hispanic immigrants and even the billboards are starting to be in Spanish. Actually, kilometers. My fiancé is 9 months along and I'm afraid of what my son is going to have to deal with.
Yep. That's how it is. It's happening everywhere. Somebody posted a graphic of my high school. My high school is now like 25% Hispanic. It was never like that. And I know that's a little rich. I'm Hispanic partially. But it's literally happening everywhere. And what do you think is going to happen? They bring the diversity. They bring all the problems that come with that. The culture, the violence, the crime. You name it. And it's just not going to be home. If my town... Think about it. It's very simple. People say, so you're a racist. You want to live in a whites-only neighborhood. It's like we don't live in a vacuum, okay? I grew up in a town that was white forever, okay? My high school was founded in 1880. It's been white ever since. And that's where I grew up. And I was a part of it. And it was a certain way. And when I die, probably, if we don't win, that town is going to be all Hispanics. And they're all going to speak Spanish, and the teachers are going to be Hispanic, and the billboards and the signs will be in Spanish, and they'll have Mexican ice cream stand everywhere, and they'll have taquerias everywhere, and it's just literally not going to be the same place. And so you've killed my home. That was home for me. That's my home. That's where I lived out my childhood. That's where I went to school. That's where I went to the swimming pool. That's where I had my first steps. It's where I played in the park. It's where my grandmother lived. It's where I went to high school. It's where I learned how to play baseball. It's where I made all my friends. And it's being killed. It's being taken. It's being invaded. And then, when it's full of diversity, it will simply cease to exist. It will have been annihilated. If I return, it will not be the same way. It will not be the same place. That place doesn't exist anymore. And now I'm a human being without a home. I have nowhere to go back to. Nowhere where I can go and it's like, oh, this is how we are in LaGrange Park, Western Springs, LaGrange, Brookfield. There's nowhere I can go and say, oh, remember how it used to be? Remember those old shops? Remember how it was growing up here? Oh, remember those traditions we had? Those things we did, the way we were? How we behaved. There's nowhere that I can go. No continuity. I'll just be somewhere else. Rootless, listless. That is what is being taken. That is what is devastating to people. And why do you think people shoot up schools and churches? I'm not saying that that's a rational response. But when you take away those things that are more than material, capitalism makes everybody a materialist. Well, it's about housing prices. Well, it's about jobs. Well, it's about the economy. No, it's about, like, Kirschbaum's Bakery. It's about the Pancake House. It's about Blueberry Hill Cafe. It's about the LaGrange train station and Fannie Mae. It's about Lyons Township. No, it's about those things. It's about the places. The people and the places. It's about those things. And when those things are taken away from a person, they become completely unborn and almost totally nihilistic. No God, no ancestors, no customs, no traditions, no home, no neighborhood, no identity. What is a human being without their identity? We're social creatures. We define ourselves in relationship to each other. What's your last name? It's your father's last name. We're not individuals. We're sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters. We're people from a given place, from a given time. Like, that's how we understand ourselves. You know, what you are, your last name is your dad's name. Your first name is probably a family name. It's probably an ethnic name. How do you identify? It's, you know, did you celebrate Christmas when you grew up? Or did you celebrate fucking Hanukkah or Diwali? Did you celebrate Christmas? Did you have a first communion? Did you get confirmed into the Catholic Church? Did you play baseball? Did you go to the ball game with your dad? Did you graduate high school? Did you go to the prom? Did you go to one of those etiquette schools? Did you learn how to do ballroom dancing? It's like, that is who we are. That is our identity. And white people are being told, you have no identity. Fuck you. You have no culture. You have no home. Fuck your parents and your holidays and your heroes. Christianity's not better than anything. Shut up. Happy holidays. You know, everything has been taken from us. And I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about housing prices. I'm talking about who we are. We are being raped at the cellular level. We are being raped at the genetic level. And nobody wants to stick up for it. That's why people rallied around Trump. Trump said we're going to say Merry Christmas again. That's so powerful. Because it's like, yeah, this is a country that fucking celebrates Christmas. Sorry for the vulgarity, but it's like, obviously, what is America without Santa Claus and Christmas? Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and all of it. And in 50 years, we won't even have it. In 50 years, we have happy holidays now because what the fuck even is this? It's the UN now? We live in an open session of the United Nations. Happy Christmas and happy Hanukkah and happy Diwali and happy Eid and happy whatever. No. This is America. We celebrate Christmas. Let's start there. We celebrate Christmas. We believe in Jesus Christ. We need like a new American creed. You want to be a creedal nation? Let's have an American creed. We were founded by Europeans. We were founded by the British. The British fought for independence with help from the French. The birth of liberty. We believe in Jesus Christ. How about an American creed? You want to be a creedal nation? Let's have a fucking creed then. Let's have some defined sense of identity. And you can not observe it if you'd like, but that is what we're all going to do as Americans. That is going to be the law. That is going to be Congress. That is going to be society. And you want to go and pray to Mecca on your prayer mat? Do it in your own apartment. We're celebrating Christmas Eve out here in the public. But they don't want us to have a society. That is what is so fucking evil about all of this. Because you know what Israel is? Israel is a place where Jews can be Jewish. And every Muslim country, that's a place where Muslims can be Muslim. Jews can go to a country where everybody's Jewish, unapologetically and freely, and they feel that sense of belonging, that sense of familiarity, that sense of home and of identity. And there's something that is irreplaceable about this. And Muslims have plenty of countries where it's like this. Europeans don't have one place we can go where it looks like a Christmas Carol, where it looks like America in the 40s. We don't have one place we can go where it's a cathedral with flying buttresses and we can look up at eternity and we can hear the Ave Maria and we can celebrate Christmas and we can have our Christmas Eve dinner. There's nowhere where we can go. You look at Vienna, you look at Prague, you look at London, Paris, Rome. All these places are being invaded by fucking Africans selling trinkets, selling flying saucers and fucking glow sticks. Muslims with their call to prayer, Indians, various nations. That's what's sad. That is what is being killed. It's a sense of warmth. Sense of togetherness, a sense of unity, belonging. It's irreplaceable. And what happens when a man has no sense of belonging? Well, they tend to murder society. What happens to a guy with some screws loose who has never felt a sense of belonging in his entire life? No love, no affection, no identity, no familiarity, no family, no neighbors, no community, no God, no nation, no pride. Well, those people tend to become drug addicts. They become degenerates, hedonists, school shooters. They go on LSD. They crash out. They go crazy. Succumb to all kinds of things, cults. So, it's time to assert identity. Who are we? We are Christendom. We are Europe, we are Rome, we are America. We need a creed that binds us. And, look, that's the crisis of our time. And everybody wants to pretend it's everything else. It's about, well, we just need to get people fed. We just need to get, if we could get Disney Plus back to $12.99, and if we could get housing prices back down, then white people are going to be calm about their replacement. Then white people are going to chill out. It doesn't matter that their subdivision is filled with Indians, that they're sending their kids to a school where it's all ethnic minorities. As long as houses get back to, $300,000, median home price floats back down there, and you can get your Disney Plus for $11.99, and a Big Mac goes back to, $6.49, whatever it is. Well, then everybody will be happy as a clam. Anyway.
Get Smiles Broy % $20. The new Culver's Burger is the Marla Rose Special, topped with pepper and hot sauce.
Well, I can't comment on
Off base
that.
at $30. No, but seriously, which is your favorite iteration of Joker? Arkham City really nails it for me, and I'm gonna say it. Arkham Asylum is second best. Need some comic book recommendations? Zany face emoji.
That shit is for nerves.
Chudzik sent $100. How much Chud could a Chudzik Jack give a Chudzik could Chud Jack?
Okay, thank you for that, big super chat.
Chudzik sent $100. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Thanks for all you do. Pierre's interview has hit different. I can't go to the gym or grocery store anymore with the AF merch on without getting high-fived or asked about it. Shit is like a fever dream, surreal and unbelievable. You've come so far. What a journey. I've never been so optimistic about the future, and that's all. Cheers.
Love to hear it, man. Thank you for the big super chat. I agree. Everywhere I go, I have fans. Way more fans than haters. Ever since I went on the generational run, I have had literally two negative interactions. One in LA, one in New York this weekend. I have had countless positive interactions everywhere I go. In Chicago, in LA, in DC, in Texas, Nashville. Everywhere I go. Positive. And it's all different kinds of people. It's women, it's men, it's white people, it's black people, it's Muslims, it's Christians. I went into the Kawa house in West Village, and people were shaking my hand. Muslims. I don't agree with you, brother, but I respect you. Say hello to Sneeko for me. I go in a Kawa house and they like me. I was in the line at the airport, and some woman comes up and says, I found you through Radfem Hitler. I like your clips. Some black guy comes up. Hey, yo, can I get a picture? Absolutely. It is surreal. It's weird to be the hero. I feel like Hitler in Germany. I feel for years they made me feel like Adolf Hitler. Now I feel like Hitler in Germany. Everybody loves me. And it is surreal, and I love it. I love to see that. I was at a bar on Sunday with Gavin McInnes, with Basil and Benny. We were hanging out. And we went to this bar, and coincidentally, it was a bar where some Catholic church had just gotten out, and everybody from the church filled up the bar, and it was all beautiful, handsome people. And they all recognized us and swarmed the table. Yeah, for the most part. All handsome, beautiful men and women in good positions. Telling me about their job, telling me about what they do. Beautiful people in the middle of Manhattan. A Catholic church got out, a trad church, and they all came and they're like, hey, dude, why are you here? Did you know about this? I said, no, we just came to this bar because I was in town. And they said, yeah, we're like this group and we're all fans. I said, so is this like a Republican thing? They said, no, we just go to Mass. I was like, wow, this is Manhattan. It's like that in Chicago. It's like that in Manhattan. It's like that in LA. It is happening, and it's happening among the young men. And I'll tell you what, everybody thinks that we need to win 50% of the country. We don't. What we need to win is the young men, and some of the women, but mostly the young men. And we got them. All we have to do is stand up, and their little game is over. All we have to do is stand up and realize our strength, and their little game is over. Because that's really what it is. Maybe we don't have the boomers, we don't have the Xers, the millennials, but we have the young men. These like young men at college, the young men that are in the professional managerial class, your PMCs. These guys are all tapped in. And they may not be like ideologically, oh, I'm Groiper, but like they support America first 100%. So that's very positive, very white pilling. In the end, we win. But I appreciate the big super chats. Good stuff.
$25. You don't get enough credit for your tactical approach of not having female relations. Look at Andrew Tate. Every single attack vector used in attempt to silence him was to take some bitch he fucked and pay her money to say he raped her. You can't trust none of these whores. Stay celibate and they got nothing on you.
Very true. Well, when people say, well, you need to get married, I would like to get married. I really would. I would like to get married. I'd like to have a family. I'm getting a little older. I think it's time. But genuinely, I don't even know how I would go about that, because you see what happens. The pressure that I'm under, if I get divorced, catastrophic. Even if I have a breakup, like put yourself in my shoes. How do I even, because I'm genuinely asking, how do I even start that process? Can I start a dating app profile? How does that go for me? I'm swiping right, and I'm going to say, hey, and someone's going to screen record the whole conversation and post it to the world? How do I even do that? It's like I have no privacy. Nobody has any respect for that. Okay, let's say I get a girlfriend, and it's a serious relationship, and, you know, I'm sharing things with her in confidence. What happens if the relationship doesn't work out? She's going to get offered $250,000 to fuck with me. To like, oh, he's a jerk. Well, he said this. Well, he hit me. He raped me. Blah, blah. It's like, so I have to, even when I'm discerning who to date, I have to find somebody to date who is not going to destroy my fucking life and embarrass me if it doesn't work out. It's just like, it's totally impossible. So that's why I'm kind of checked out of the whole, because it's like I don't even, and I'm not even a social person to begin with. That's not even one of my strong suits to begin with. I don't think I'm that charming. I have a low social battery. So that's not, I don't do things I'm not good at. That's not something I'm even good at to begin with. And then you got all this other bullshit. It's like, I just prefer to forget it, just lock in, do my show. So, you know, yeah, it's very complicated. I have a very complicated life. And who knows, maybe I'll get a wife eventually. I'm not like, and I don't want to say it like that, because it's like, look, I'm not sitting around like pining for a wife. I'm really not. I'm not sitting around like, oh boy, I really like being alone. I really prefer being isolated. I would like to have a wife and kids eventually, just because it's what you do. But it's very, it's almost impossible. That's what I'm getting at. I hate when people say, I pray that you find a good woman one day. And I hate this idea people have in their mind where I'm sitting around and I'm like, oh boy, I just, if only, because me, I'm like an organism that lives at the bottom of the ocean. I'm like very low maintenance. I live near like a thermal heat vent at the bottom of the ocean. I'm filter feeding. All I need is cheeseburgers, fries, and a total Aryan victory, and I'm satisfied. A lot of you people are pathetic faggots. You need a woman to run her fingers through your hair. You need a woman to love you. Look, my parents loved me as a kid. I don't really need... Because I think that's honestly a lot of people's damage. A lot of young men, they are huge pussy worshippers because their parents are divorced or didn't love them. And so they kind of need that, like, affirmation. Me, I'm kind of airtight in that way. Like, I have self-worth. I know my worth. I know that I'm enough. My mommy loves me. My daddy loves me. I had affection as a child. So I don't... A lot of these young guys, they really need a girlfriend to be the mother they never had. A lot of these young guys, they have a weird, like, mommy issue where it's like they need their wife to baby them and infantilize them. And men, like, fantasize about this. They want, like, to rest their head in their wife's lap like a little boy. And that is so alienating to me, because me, it's like, I don't even need my wife to love me. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe that sounds crazy. People say it sounds gay. I don't even need her to love me. I'll love her. And have sex with her, and she'll make dinner, and I'll provide for her. But it's like, I don't really even need that. And that's not what I'm in it for. Because a lot of these guys, they're like, I just really need someone to caress my hand and tell me everything is going to be okay. It's like, I can soothe myself. I am not an infant. I'm a cowboy, okay? I'm a recluse. I am a hermit. Like, I can rough it, That was kind of the intention. That was my mission. But some of you people are really sad. And that's my message. It's like, I'm not telling people not to get married. I'm saying you need to get your shit sorted. You need to sort yourself out, bucko. Don't go into a relationship looking to be codependent with some woman. It's never going to work out. This is good advice. I've seen it. As a man, you got to get your shit sorted first. And the easiest way to do that is to become really, really good at something. Have some career prospects. Have a skill. Have something you're passionate about. And then I believe, just from observation, that it's very easy to get a relationship with a woman that way. If you're a guy and you have your house sorted, you've got your career sorted, you know what you're about, I love that. But if you're a guy that's kind of like a mess and you don't really know who you are, and like you need someone to, pet you and tell you it's going to be okay, and you're like struggling or whatever, like it is a recipe for disaster to try to lean on a woman. You can't lean on a woman. Women are dependent, contingent. You have to be independent, not contingent. And the best way to do that is to love yourself by getting some self-worth, some objective, intrinsic self-worth. If you're really good at something, love what you're doing, you're going places, you have a place that's nice, you have some hobbies, very attractive. Very attractive. It's easy to feel good about yourself, and you attract women. And it's magnetic. And it's a good life, I think. From the outside looking in. From the outside, full disclaimer, from the outside looking in. But if you're the other way, I've seen it destroy people, destroy them. Because then they're chasing women, and the women reject them because they are nothing. They have nothing going on. And then they get angry, resentful. And then they become more desperate. I've seen it. I've seen it in many, many cases. It's very sad. It becomes a bottomless pit. And I know a lot of people might hear this and say, he's talking about me. No, I've seen it many, many times. And no good. No bueno. No bueno.
5 Mile Grower sent $25. Tried to watch a Candace Owens video and couldn't make it 5 minutes in. Truly boy slop. Maybe it's just cause I'm used to the goat. God bless, brother.
It's nig slop. Candace Owens is nig slop. She's a fucking idiot. And she just rambles. I'm reading her comments. They're saying she's rambling. Oh, you just noticed? She rambles in all her shows. All her shows is just, it's brutal. I don't know how anybody watches it.
Suicide Row ever sent $20. When someone asks you, why do you love Hitler? Why don't you simply bring up the fact that Genghis Khan killed millions more and he still views as some sort of god in Mongolia? By the way, Kulinski must be a secret fan with the amount of videos he makes about you. It's almost every day now. Love the show, big guy.
He might be a secret fan. Yeah, that's a good counterpoint. I don't know. I just think it's just so infantile. He's a Stalin admirer. It's like, grow up, faggot. Grow the fuck up. He admires Hitler and Stalin. Yeah, they were awful.
Let me know.
Yeah, Hitler was cool, actually. Like, how can you not watch these videos of the parades, the speeches? How else would he get power if he didn't have aura? Riddle me that. How else did he get power? He was elected. Well, sort of. But how else would he get power if he didn't have charisma, if he didn't have aura? You're going to tell me Hitler wasn't charismatic? You're going to tell me Stalin wasn't a good politician? How else did they get absolute power if it wasn't for aura and brains? And people go, but he killed people. Okay. And I don't like killing people, but I admire some of those other traits. It really is an IQ filter. It's an IQ filter for sure. It's like these are the same kinds of people that you see in the YouTube comment section talking about Family Guy like the characters are real and have real motivations. People say things in the YouTube or TikTok comment section and they say, Brian is a douchebag. It's like he's a cartoon, actually. He's not real. People say, I hate when Brian says that. Brian is a terror. That was fucked up when Brian did that. You mean the dog in Family Guy? A cartoon drawing, which is written by writers. Those are the same people that say, wait, but Hitler killed people. Yeah, I know that. Thank you for reminding me.
My seal sent $50. I go to Ross today just to get some wrapping paper for use. I walk in a bunch of permanent diaspora Hispanics and blacks. Me and my dad being the only whites in the entire store. 80s Christmas music plays in the background. Tell me if you see the irony. Where's my inheritance? Where's my America?
Going to a Ross, punching weed odor, only... Is that really ironic? I fail to see how that's ironic. I mean, that can be something else. I don't know if I would call that irony. Irony is sort of like... irony can be sarcasm. Sarcasm is technically irony. Irony is when the audience knows something that the characters don't. Shakespearean irony. Irony is the opposite of what you expect. I don't know if that's ironic. I feel like people overuse the word irony. Ross? Yeah, Ross is like a budget store. How is that ironic? Okay, fish found in aquarium. you found black and Hispanic people in Dollar General. In other news, fish spotted at the local aquarium. So I don't know that that's ironic.
The Slippy once sent $20. Hi Nick, do you know Spanish? And if not, I'm surprised. Why not entertain the idea of knowing another white imperialistic-based European tongue?
I don't know Spanish. If you don't know Spanish, why not? I never learned it. That's why. I mean, there's yeah, I would like to know it. I don't. I'm not good at languages.
Willie Knight sent $20. Nick, for the first time I see Hanukkah ads everywhere. TV commercials, in ads all over social media platforms and even in stores. Do you think this is the new Jewish tactic to push back the awakening and convince us Americans to accept America as a Judeo-Christian country and Jewish festivities are part of our culture?
Yeah, it's another conspiracy, bro. Yeah, the Illuminati, Erica Kirk put Hanukkah ads everywhere to make it Judeo. I mean, like, yeah, obviously that's political. Like, it's sort of, it's kind of what it is on its face. You know, I don't know that that's a conspiracy. It's pretty obvious what they're doing there. Is this a Jewish tactic to push back on the mass awakening? Well, you see, everyone is, like, hating on Jews right now, and so the people that do that stuff, they're kind of forcefully inserting that for the sake of inclusivity. It's, like, not really hard to understand what's happening there.
Lynn Reed sent $100. Favorite fiction novel? You don't need to answer if that's a gay question, just want to support the movement.
Okay, we don't need to be, like, weirdly defensive about it. Thank you for the big super chat. I don't really read a lot of fiction. I haven't read a fiction book in, I don't know, 7 years. I would say, I don't know, I haven't read any great fiction. Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I haven't really read any of the... Oh, well, you know what? My favorite fiction book I've ever read, probably the Aeneid. I read the Odyssey. I read Songs of Roland. I read Gilgamesh. I read, Don Quixote. I read some of the classics. We read some of Don Quixote, not all. Some of it in high school. And I would say that the one that really actually spoke to me was the Aeneid. I think that's probably my favorite. But admittedly, I haven't read any of the great classics of history. I've read, like, Mark Twain and, like, all the shit that you read in school, but nothing much beyond that. But yeah, that was probably my favorite.
Joshua Snow, 88 sent $50. Pierce hates Hitler because he died before he could crack his wife.
Very
William
good.
Patton sent $20. Whack. Saluting face emoji.
Thank you.
O'Leary sent $20. A sweet old white lady at Interpreting Tradition on YouTube responded to your Pierce interview. She excoriated Pierce for being awful to you in society. It was a very wholesome video.
That sounds wholesome. Maybe I'll watch that. Interesting.
Ruby sent $20. Hey, man. Just wanted your opinion on James Fishback in FL. He is being outwardly AF as of late, but has a history of being pro-Israel, which he claims to have dropped. Does he pass the sniff test? Thanks for everything you do. God bless.
Honestly, I haven't, I've seen what they're posting about him, but I don't know. I haven't had communication with him, so I just don't know. But I'll see if I can investigate that a little bit.
Bring back the ding sent $20. Not a ding, but I'll take the bell, bringing back the ding in 26.
I thought we got rid of the bells, but we still have them, I
MC
guess.
Hammer 88 sent $20. My Roy Pitt's sister is a successful lawyer. She decided to abruptly resign from her jewel law firm on the first day of Hanukkah and left them hanging. LOL.
Based.
Jesus saved 24 sent $20. Hey Nick, with recent events in House being used to further suppress right-leaning views, is it fruitless to pursue Australia first? Even nationalist options like the One Nation Party are really Israel/Trump backed. Wouldn't sitting tight and waiting for America first to take foothold ultimately be more harmful long term?
I don't know what's happening on Australia. I can't tell you that. I don't know the dynamic there well enough. I know America's political dynamic. I don't understand it deeply enough to give you great advice.
McDonald's cashier broker sent $25. I have a measured IQ of 75 and work at McDonald's. Every time I try to think about stuff like the economy or the JQ, I get a headache and start craving apple juice and never make any progress. What's the prescription for grow-ivers like me who will never be a leap human capital?
Is that real? If that's real, then just live because there are dumb people out there. Just live a simple life. It's kind of a blessing.
Quad sent $20. Been done with the whole thank you for your service boomer posting. Don't we pay them? Don't they get health care for life? Pension after 20 years? It's not like they're going over the top of the song.
What do you mean? Oh, for the soldiers? Well, I've sort of changed my mind about that. Because when you think about all the great leaders in history, they're all military people. Even if they were against the empire, they were still military men, ostensibly serving the country. And so there is something inherently patriotic about being in the military. Even if you disagree with what the government is doing, to put on the uniform, to be a soldier for America,
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I
I do believe that's still patriotic. You're like a stormtrooper in Star Wars. Even if you don't agree with the king or the emperor, to still be one of the soldiers and rise through the ranks and then reform it. There's something noble about that. So I disagree.
The modest bro I percent $20. Sweet vindication on the campus situation. Must feel amazing.
Oh, it was inevitable.
Sun is 88 cent $20. You have 5 seconds to answer or you lose. The year is 1910. What's the true Russia?
St. Petersburg, dumbass. Come on now. Give me a hard one. That's basic. Obviously, everybody knows St. Petersburg was the capital of Russia. They moved it to Moscow only after the revolution for strategic and historical reasons. It was Petrograd. And then Petrograd, the name was changed to Leningrad. But, yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone should know that.
Anti-Semitic ad sent $30. The clip of Trump with Miriam Addison is crazy.
And, well, the one with Mark Levin is worse. He literally wraps his arm around him.
Dipshit Welder sent $20. God bless you.
Thank you.
Lizard from Pluto sent $20. What do you think ABT Kissinger's foreign policy of soft power would be a balanced strategy today, or would we need to change it?
I believe it. I believe in soft power isn't really a foreign policy. It's just describes a set of tools. You have to use soft and hard power. I think we should maximize both. But soft power proceeds from hard power. You can't have hard power is the foundation.
Ron sent $20. Will you be hanging out at Angus?
Who knows? Maybe I will.
Appreciator sent $20. Paid a huge fan. I'm a 5th grade teacher. What do you think is the best way to subtly JQ bill my kids? Also, I ordered a hat from Netflix 3 months ago and it still hasn't shipped. Can you fix this?
That's bait.
The last Monte sent $50. I was at SoFi Stadium on Sunday and during the pre-game, some DJ played 4 songs from your pre-show within a span of 15 minutes. Coincidence? I think not. Shout out to Erica Cook. She can shiver my timber.
No way. Well, what songs were they? Are they common songs?
Mr. Sub sent $20. Great show tonight, young man. Wish I could stay longer, but I gotta go now because the Chiefs are calling. And soon they'll be clapping too. Mr. Sub signing off.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
Kills sent $20. Have you seen the clip of Candace jumping out of the Usman fight?
No, I didn't.
Noisy 95 sent $20. Could you simulate a war with China?
You mean like live right now? Not with great detail. It's been a while since I've looked at any of the war games. I guess what they would do is they'd surround the island. They'd bombard it with missiles and drones and air power, and then they'd land amphibious vehicles. And the United States would basically be powerless to stop this initial advance. Taiwan does not have the air defense capabilities. The U.S. Navy would not be able to deploy. So, what the war games say is that if it's a long war, China wins. If the United States runs out of munitions quickly, the Taiwanese defense collapses. So if the United States can deny China in those first couple of days, we win. If it goes on longer, we lose. And I think almost all the war game scenarios say that we lose. There's no scenario where we can deny China. But I can't tell you with any precision.
Mr. Simpson sent $25. When they kill you, what should we do?
I'm not going to tell you.
The Williams boys sent $20. You called it dick. You said years ago the GOP was run by donors, not nationalists, and would face a revolt from its own voters. Now the whole right is really split over you and Mega. Vindicated.
Yeah, that's true.
Kelly Hardy sent $50. Nicholas, you're fucking hilarious. You remind me of a guy I knew back in high school, and that was back in '89. Gen X is here. Wouldn't you like us? LFG. Smiley face emoji. You can send emoji. Praying just emoji. 54 year Irish / Catholic Francis King, you were a janitor. Keep going. Breath of fresh air. Peace sign emoji.
All right. We love the Gen Xers. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really love the old heads. The old heads are kind of funny. Well, when I call upon you, it's going to be Groyper night at the White House. Groyper night in Iowa. Groyper night in New Hampshire. We're going to need volunteers on campaigns. and demonstrations. But other than that, keep leveling up.
Renegade sent $20. The day you finish reading the Quran, you will never be the same. Stop reading secondary sources and just read the primary source, bro.
Primary source is the gospel.
Wasserman sent $20. What are your favorite 3 games on?
I love that Muslims think that the Quran is more accurate about the life of Jesus than the gospel. The gospel is literally a second-hand source. You get the gospel like a generation after Jesus Christ is crucified. Muslims say, no, the gospel got it wrong. The Quran, which comes 700 years later, that is the correct primary source. The Quran is not a primary source. The gospel is the primary source, as dictated by the apostles who actually knew God. So you need to read the gospel.
Wasserman sent $20. What are your favorite 3 games on GameCube and PS2? If Melee is on this, what character was your go-to?
I don't know what that is. Favorite 3 games on GameCube? Dude, I don't know. Battlefront 2, easy. Maybe Simpsons Hit and Run. That was a good one. Mario Party 5 was one of the party games I had. Medal of Honor Vanguard. 24, I really love the show 24. I like to play the game. I'm trying to think what else. What else did I play? What was the Star Wars Rebel Strike on GameCube? That was good. Jedi Knight 2. I guess that's like a PlayStation 1 game, GameCube game. Remember Star Wars Jedi Knight 2? That was awesome. That was a great game. Those are
Zordon sent $21. Under IRC Section 7623B4, you can report Candasoids to the IRS whistleblower's office to collect unpaid taxes of at least $2 million and receive anywhere from 15% to 30% of the collected unpaid tax. I can help you fill out Form 2.
I'm not going to snitch on her to the... Fuck the IRS.
Alex Jones Cardinals Rabble sent $25. Alex Jones said Muslims are funding a lot of the Israel obsession and we need to address their takeover. The threat is real. Europe is further down the rat hole than we are, but we're getting drug into it too. And there's not long to turn this around. 4:47 to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, dude, You know that him and I disagree on this.
Go Dad 18 sent $20. Merry Christmas, congratulations on the eternal run. The wife can sometimes get annoyed with the show always going when she loses. Our new son used to it, he cries if we don't listen to you in the car. Smiley face emoji, crying face emoji. Blacklisted research sent $35. Hey Nick, have you ever heard of Candace Wins? She has great stuff about. Ha, joking. Keep up the good work, boy.
Well,
Night Train sent $54. Hey Nick, checked out the show years ago and thought, this guy is Hitler. Later I realized you're a good guy, but so was Hitler, so I guess I was right.
That's I love it.
Ferris Hollis sent $30. Your mommy choice.
Your mommy. Your mom, me, Holly. Hey, Piers Morgan, your wife, my choice. Mr. C's choice.
Sent $100. Thank you for helping me quit porn and better understand politics and society. Looking forward to the foundation. Praying for your safety and health. And America first.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I'm glad to hear it. I appreciate it.
Mr. Sub sent $20. Why did you have to expose me? Piers won't let me hit no more.
Well done.
Protestant Nat Confederate sent $20. Been a fan since middle school and now I'm almost done with college. I have to say, you're the most fiery wop I've ever seen. If you want, I can give you 5 honorary Anglo tokens, which equals 1 Anglo dollar.
Very good. Wow, since middle, I'm so old. I'm invincible. I'm a silly old dinosaur man, and I am invisible now that I'm old. Yes. Since middle school, huh? Yeah, I'm just a fossil. I'm just an ancient. I'm the ancient one, the elder. Yeah, well, good for you, pal. Enjoy.
Seabest 1872 sent $20. Relatively new viewer from Scotland here, loving the shows, but keep up the great stuff.
All right, love it. Appreciate it.
I sent $100. It sucks that most of the new viewers are faggots. Half of them are sucking Candace Owens' big black dick, the other half are like lost puppies trying to find a home in the splintering right thing.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I don't know if that's the new viewers here. Maybe it's the new viewers there.
Skyward Scholar sent $20. Candace Owens, I had a dream. Charlie Kirk came to me. #1 podcaster ATM Alamau.
Yeah, that was totally insane.
Cash Light sent $20. Hey brother, currently do the art. Love your content. Ordered a wag hoodie for my brother. God bless you and keep spreading the good message.
Thanks. Epic. Thank you for your service.
Section of Protestantism is very gay. America is Protestant. I'm honestly surprising because I feel like you really like Otto van Bismarck. Anyways, quit being a sassy gay to donators.
Oh, you're the guy from last night. Okay. I do like Otto von Bismarck. I'm a fan of Otto von Bismarck. I feel like you really like, yeah, no shit, everyone likes Bismarck. Everyone that's cool. Anyway, you're going to help. And I appreciate the super chat.
Sent $20. Please tell me you know about the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. After learning about it, I think you don't know nearly enough against world Jewry.
So I think we have now, so you're seeing, Okay, so you see this now, right? So you can see that we're clearly on the hump now, and we're going on the up. You see how things have been going, and now do you see where they're going now? You see how this night has gone so far with the super chats, and you see now that we're clearly on the other side of the hump. I hope you're because like in real time, this is like a picture of an. This is like an X-ray. It's like you're seeing it in real time. Oh, you should be Protestant because America's Protestant. Please tell me you know about the protocols. Yeah, so we're now on the other side here.
How's the weather in right about everything city? Babies sent $20. National Guard Rover. Happy holidays and congrats on the generational run. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet.
Yes, well said, exactly.
$20. Newer follower here. Everything you have been saying for years, Americans have been thinking, but too afraid to say. Appreciate you having the balls to stand up.
So true.
Merry Christmas, Nick.
Thank you.
Chris Hodge sent $100. Free Chuck. He is now in jail till February.
Thank you for the big super chat. We gotta break him out of jail. What is this? This is tyranny. Elon Musk has gotten Chuck imprisoned, allegedly. And this should not... I'm going to bring more attention to that, I think, soon, because it's an injustice.
Protestant Nats Confederate sent $20. The ancestors rolling their grave of the Italian-American. LOL. Watch be like, no, I'm not the blacks of white people. LOL. Make a shirt that says I'm a nigger.
Oh, I get it. You're coping because you're... Well, what are Protestants doing? Because I think Protestants have given us our Jewish
Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
The difference is that Protestants just gave up. They just fucking gave up to tranny priests and women pastors, and they just gave all their power to Jews because they were too nice. That's who we are, and you're nothing. Okay, first of all, you're dividing whites. Second of all, Protestants lost the country. You're right, America was Protestant, now it's Jewish. I wonder how that happened. We discovered this place. What have you done with it? Italians literally discovered this entire continent. What the fuck did you people do with it? You built this big gay empire and gave it to the Jews? You're welcome that we're going to take it back for you. You're welcome. You should be grateful.
Orleans Rumble sent $20. Hope you recognize that you go way beyond politics. I'm a classical pianist, but your message has inspired me to pursue my passion. One message isn't enough, but real recognizes real, and thanks.
Love to hear it. Keep doing it.
Ex-critical bishop sent $20. Your oil, language, forever.
Thanks.
I'm supporter, first-time chatter. Thanks for the white pill man. Was checked out on this country and was planning to leave forensic because my dad's from there, but he reinstilled my fire for USA plus Christ.
Love it. Thank you for the big super chat. Glad to hear you're sticking
Ellis
around.
sent $100. Why doesn't Palantir ever seem to catch any of the bad guys?
Yeah, it doesn't work. Palantir doesn't work. Thank you for the big super chat. If it worked, would we get these people? It does literally broken.
I am Cappuccino Zero sent $20. Rioja King's Hawaiian bread. Choose wisely, a filthy animal. These $20 go a long way in today's economy, so why not support AF?
Cares about them.
Alberta Grover sent $20. Canada is number 4 globally for oil reserves, and 98% of it is in Alberta. With the new security strategy, do you think Trump can support our tentative independence referendum next year? We won out of Canada, and the populist right just made big gains at the Conservative Party convention this fall. Hobia.
I doubt it.
Dragonborn 0x sent $20. She Daniel me until I think Steve.
Nice.
Scooby-Doo 542 sent $20. Cash and Dan said Brooks sent it alone and Epstein hung himself.
That's
Ivan
crazy.
sent $20. Maintaining anonymity but can confirm many conservative and GOP influencers are bankrolled by Qatar. Some on Fox and Newsmax. $30,000 per month to peddle their agenda. GOP is infiltrated.
I totally believe it.
Base of the Negro Slayer sent $20. Dear Nick. Crazy how the Roy movement was first alluded to as far back as Exodus 8:4. Truly you are fulfilling a biblical prophecy. Keep up the good work.
Think so?
Real Youth sent $20. Bill Maher literally verbatim word for word in same take as you on gathering rights. He's coming for you. Woodley sent $20. Is Palantir vaporware? I remember Spencer said something like this after Kurt.
I do.
Human Small sent $50. Enjoy fruits of my plowing money this way to winter. Next time you're in NYC, take the train out to New Haven and try the pizza it's good. Have you ever gone fishing? If you did you like it?
I love these multi-part super chats. Yeah, I've heard about New Haven Pizza. Have I ever gone fishing? Yeah, when I was a kid, and I hated it.
Static sent $50. Brown emoji. Love you.
Thank you.
Tuesday Grow After sent $30. Given America First candidates take power, is it even possible to rebuild the country with a given demographic
Is it
situation?
even possible? No, we should kill ourselves. No, you're right. Even if we won, it wouldn't matter. We should just kill ourselves and fucking die.
Static sent $100. Never shut up, Keely.
Thank you for the big super chat. Like, what even is the answer to that question? If the answer is yes, then we're going to try. If the answer is no, then what? Is it even possible? Should we even do anything? No, you're right. We should all just go home and kill
Average
ourselves.
Physique sent $50. Appreciate the shows. Very informative, relatable, and funny. You're a true voice for Gen Z men. Thank you. And if you made visors, I'd buy one in a heartbeat. The regular ones would wrap my hair down if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, good to know. Thanks for telling
Alan, 36 cents, $20. Nick, did you see the Stanford study that reveals that the COVID vaccine leads to heart failure and is sexually transmitted?
Really?
This is another form of genocide. Dr. Charles Hoffa is good for a cure.
I didn't hear that it was sexually transmitted, but I did see that it leads to heart failure. They're putting a black box warning on it, which is interesting.
Atlantis at $21.
Vax die, God laughs.
Atlantis at $21. Romans were the Huns before they got their wealth from the Persian Empire. History shows primitive conquering the empires not because they were smarter,
Oh,
but
that's crazy. That's crazy. It's all the Persian. Oh, okay. Okay, fucking cow.
Cohesive
for
3
sure.
$20. Hope you had fun in NYC. I was there too. Had a slice, or 3, of fun. Slice of pizza emoji. What's your go-to Pizza Hut order? Stuffed crust or classic pep? PHX for the streams. They're deep dish. Merry Christmas. Christmas tree emoji.
Okay, thanks.
It's at $21. What happened with women propaganda? Do you think he can get his right back? God forbid some shit like that would happen to you. Bring security with you everywhere.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. Well, he got hit.
Sneeko sent $50. Money.
Hey, Sneeko! Hey, good to hear from you, buddy. Great content. You really milked me. My udders are chapped. My udders are chapped from all the... Every time we hang out, I don't know, are we friends? Every time we hang out, it's just content. I'm kidding, of course, but we do the live stream. I'm on the Sneeko alt channel and the Sneeko regular channel. Dude, I'm all out of milk. I'm all out of content to be milked. No, I'm kidding. But we do a lot of good. Next time, let's just put the cameras away. Let's just live in the moment, you know? But it's like I'm seeing these clips. I'm like, okay. No, I'm kidding. But I appreciate the super chat. Good to hear from you, buddy. Always good to hang out with my old pal, Sneeko. I am just kidding. Everybody relax. Just go.
Sword Scholar sent $20. Re. Candace missing live stream. Unlike if she could live up to the expectations she set herself up with. Here's what made her up.
Oh, yeah, she would have been devoured.
Sent $20. Not gonna risk saying something retarded on an Instagram reel, so just want to send for support and thank you for all that you do.
Thanks.
Eagle of Index sent $20. After a show, do you offer up and rare the sufferings you endure from reading super chats? God bless.
After the show, would you like Tway because of super chat? Shut the fuck up.
Not sent $10. The only difference between truth and conspiracy is a matter of time.
Ugh. Die.
Or Groib sent $20. Thanks for your thoughts on the Eric
Shut
and Candace
the fuck
situation
up.
lately. Candace relies mostly on women who watch reality TV and soap opera slob to believe her grift.
True.
My mom loves that stuff, but she'll also watch her monologues with me, and it's helped her keep a little illness and other major topics. Shout out to all the Groib
We
moms.
love the Groiper moms. Groiper moms are
This
based.
Sell sent $20. I got goosebumps earlier in the show when you said the truth is worth its weight in gold. I thought you were going to segue into the gold sponsor of that.
No, I haven't taken the deal yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm leaning towards yes. I'm thinking we'll maybe do it in the super chat portion. It'll be like a super chat from the gold.
Hannah King sent
Maybe.
$30.
We'll see.
Candace has been
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to turn. Let's just call that my security budget, okay? Let's just say that's the price
On the
for me to
clock.
not
What you
die
want? Some
next
wheels?
year.
Hannah King sent $30. The downfall of Candace has been delicious, and it arrived much faster than I had hoped. Unlike your viewers, I don't anticipate ever having to defend my consumption of your content because you refuse to bend the knee and bear sensational bullshit. Damn, it feels good to be a Groiper.
Yes, it does.
Huckleberry
coming
sent
at
$100. Christ is king. Crown emoji. What are your thoughts on the prayer of Saint Michael? Are we ultimately at war evil?
Great.
As a born Catholic, I really appreciate it with everything you speak. You have a gift for a reason.
Thank you for the big super chat. What are your thoughts on prayers? I think they're great. I think the St. Michael prayer is great. I genuinely don't understand the mind behind a super chat. Like, I'm a Catholic. I'm like very much pro-Catholic. This is like one of the most infamous Catholic prayers against evil. That'd be like going up to someone that works at McDonald's and saying, "Hey, what do you think about Big Macs? Thoughts on Big Macs? Thoughts on the quarter pounder with cheese? It's good. I like it. I sell it. I like it. It's great. I buy it. I eat it." Oh, good to know. Thanks for telling me. What are your thoughts on the prayer of St. Michael? It's good. Like, what do you want me to say? It's great. It's phenomenal. I'm Catholic. Like, yes, I believe people should say the prayer of St. Michael. Thoughts on the prayer? It's a great prayer. Like, thoughts on the rosary? It's good. It's great.
It's another sent $25. Thanks for the uplifting show. You're hilarious, Nick.
Thank you.
Daisy sent $100. Hey, buddy, I vote no on gold thing. Will be a huge Orleans. Huge show, but first let's talk about Finkelstein and Viva Gold Company. I literally can't imagine you running a gold ad.
Oh, you vote no. Well, what, are you going to give me $1 million? You going to pay for my security? We'll see. I'm thinking about it. Thank you for the big super chat. To me, well, how is that less aura than reading your dumbass bullshit? I have to read dumbass whatever, the super chat, hey, thoughts on pizza? Thoughts on french fries? That's not demoralizing, but like, a sponsorship isn't? I don't know, I'm thinking.
Yoshi, I sent $20. Al on tone shift. She's still one of few influencers rejecting official narrative. You stated yet help Pusa expose her if they're not able to stop her dangerous conspiracy theories, but given that you actually had burden of proof, what is so clear? A charging doc isn't proven. Doubting Robinson did it doesn't require it.
Okay. We lost another.
John sent $20. I'd be disappointed if you took the gold money, unless it spared you from enough super chats to guarantee success of your movement. Currently, you are the qualitative alternative to the moneyed interests. Please just get a covert millionaire, or Yates, or whoever. You're the boss, though. Godspeed, Christ is king.
Thanks.
Snape Roy sent $20. Candace is low-key hollow and wicked.
She
Mike
is.
17 sent $20. Been a Broiber for a few years now. Love the hang with BTC and everything. Got some friends watching you now. But one of them says he is having a hard time committing since you are small and look beta. Thoughts?
I get it. I totally understand that.
Andy Smithcat sent $25. Ian Carroll last Patriot standing.
He's the only one, the only true believer left. Yeah, what did he put out today? He put out a video that said that Charlie Kirk was killed by his microphone. Did you see that? Ian Carroll says that Charlie Kirk was electrocuted to death by his microphone. He wasn't shot at all. Which is just like Christmas in December. Candace Owens gets blown to smithereens. Ian Carroll puts out an electrical microphone theory.
Chicago-based sent $25. Member of my local RCC. The board used to vet people out by looking at their socials, and if they followed you, they would get pushed out. They don't do that anymore, and I asked the chair what changed. They said you now represent the Big Ten's inclusivity. The GOP endorses and are coming around on Israel. Local GOP endorsed.
That's good to hear. Let's go.
America First 1776 sent $20. Candace stood on Charlie Kirk's grave, rubbing her hands together to milk every last penny. Shameful. Lawsuits will take it all. Thoughts on the Vanity Fair article about Susie Wiles and Trump's cabinet?
I thought it was a nothing burger. I read the whole thing. There's nothing in there.
Rich Longboy sent $50. We need to know when Schroyer catch-up stream. Overdue for some comedy with real intellectual thought, especially with how crazy the news is living. Lowell Roseanne is psychotic.
I don't know. Maybe. Here's the thing. When he split with Alex Jones, I really sided with Alex Jones. I didn't like the way Owen handled it. So, I don't know. I'll have to take it up with the big man. I like Owen. I've done his show. I think he's a good guy. I think I probably agree more with him on politics than Alex, but I don't know. I don't know how I want to handle that situation yet, because it's kind of a tricky situation, you know.
Christ is King Forever sent $20. Watching her whole chat turn on her in real time was so satisfying. You can tell she got mad when reading the chats at the end. Would it address the actual questions and kind of ended stream above?
Yep.
She went on and live hours later just try to claim she didn't sell out. So it's
Delish. She's panicking. That's a meltdown, and she's panicking.
Nick Fuentes HQ sent $100. Love you forever. What do you think will be Candace's next gift?
No idea. Thank you for the big super chat. What do you think happens next? I don't know, dude.
What do you need,
Savage
boss?
sent
Some
$20.
wheels? I
Liberalism
can bring
has
'em
been set
around.
up in our society to destroy excellence amongst us all. I realized when watching native statues and shit, for the most part, they brainwash people to idolize students.
That's
Cancer
crazy.
Roy sent $50. Thanks for all you do. Nick, given America's deep
Down the
financial
way.
/ military ties to Israel and decades of our involvement in the Middle East on Israel's behalf, is a clean we're out, let them fight policy actually realistic, or would it require a gradual disentanglement? What's the realistic policy expectation from those running for office near term?
It's not realistic at all.
Gaddick Ruled Roy sent $25. Candace only wants to stream / talk under her own platform because her LLC is registered under entertainment / education. She could then hide behind it being an opinion. Tennessee has special LLC protections for defamation, called TPPA. Same reason why a background lawsuit was motioned to be dismissed if you look into it.
Interesting. I'll have to take a look at it.
Sent $35. Wife been here. Nick, once you grow up being more mature, you'll realize the value women provide. They are mythical creatures to be served. I always tell all my firefighter buddies in the station that if we just continue to live by the happy wife, happy life mantra, then everything will be out okay.
Well
Tyler
done.
West sent $20. I'm no Candace fan, but she would beat the shit out of Tim Pool.
They are mythical creatures to be served. Are your wife like a mythical creature? Have you ever felt enamored by the magic of love? Yeah. Yeah.
Tyler West sent $20. I'm no Candace fan.
It's
but she would beat
awesome.
the shit out of Tim Pool.
I got added to a group chat with all women, and it's exactly what you would expect. They're just like, and listen, whatever. Like, niggas be nigga-ing, right? Niggas be niggas, bitches be bitches, right? But holy fuck, women are fat. Fat and magical, complicated, mysterious? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay? Women are the object of love because they were biologically wired to love them. But let's be honest. I don't know how many. We have never seen what to say. Well, I have never felt the magic of the mythical creature. I think they're pretty simple, pretty vapid, kind of unimpressive just in general, you know. And who knows why that is, my disposition, whatever. I'm a smart person, kind of a genius, interested in the universe, interested in people. Women are fucking retarded, okay? They're just, like, kind of fucking retarded. So, when I hear that stuff, they're like mythical creatures, magical. Why? Because they suck your dick? Why? Because they blow you? I mean, what is it? Because they're silly and goofy? Because they like to listen to Taylor Swift and drag you to a dumbass concert? I mean, seriously. They're vapid, they're materialistic. You know, I like some of them, but for the most part, vapid, material. And I guess all human beings are like that, in fairness. But I think women more than men, definitely. So that is just great. I hear that. It's insane.
Sent $20.
Women are just such a mystery. You never fully understand them. It's like they're kind of just like stubborn and difficult, and they like to cause problems for no reason, for fun, and they don't even really communicate. Like, language for them is not about communicating. It's about, like, psychological manipulation, and it's just they're not forthright at all. They don't care about ideas. They don't care really about, like, things that matter. The future, the past. So, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing?
Cuckoo sent $20. Big fan.
What are we? Schopenhauer was right about women.
Cuckoo sent $20.
I'll say
Big fan.
that
I must say, I don't think listening.
Schopenhauer was right about women. I'll say that much. I'll say that.
Big fan, and I must say, I don't think listening to Candace's show is relatable for most of your viewers, considering the viewership is most likely bought that she is a retard. Also, thank you for what you do, and I hope the best for your family. My mother has cancer. I understand the stress of navigating the healthcare system.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Competitively opaque sent $20. Do you have any thoughts on Charles Ross?
You know, I actually just got one of his books, but I haven't read it yet. But it sounds very prescient, French neo-reactionary, right?
Gondantiao and Scroy sent $100. Good episode. Him looking into the French fella
or I guess a reaction.
Gondantiao and Scroy sent $100. Good episode. Him looking into the French fella that sent a sizable donor to you after J6. He died by suicide, of course. Anyway, do you remember anything about Mimple? He had some associations with it.
Like I said, I got 2 emails from the guy. So, no. I got one email that said, what's your Bitcoin address?
Need me to bring you a ride?
I'm going to send birthday money. The second email was, I just sent you some Bitcoin, and then he killed himself. So, go ahead. Thank you for the big super chat.
Carl67 sent $20. Men need to stop sipping for whores.
No, they need to stop simping, period, you fucking idiot. I love that. It's these modern women. It's these whores. I need a virtuous woman. It's like, bro, you can never simp for a woman. It literally does not matter. Women will always tend towards being unrestrained whores unless they are put in their place by men. That is why we are where we are. Unless they are put in their place by their father, by their husband, unless they are being put in their place constantly, that is where they will tend towards. Don't tell me it's modern women, it's those other women. It's always some other person, right? It's never my girl. It's never your girl. It's never the girl that I want to date. It's never the girl I'm in DMs with. It's those other girls. No, babe, it's those other girls. It's those modern girls. It's those whores. Not you. You're my princess. You're different. Fuck you. And shut up. I love that. It's all these pussy whip bitch niggas talking about modern women have gone wrong, but my girl's different. And my girl is obedient and trapped. My girl's a traditional, wholesome Chungus girl. No, she's the same way. They're all the same. That's my favorite. That's my favorite code. I feed on that like a blood-sucking leech. I devour that. When people say, it's those modern women, it's those women that aren't godly. We need biblical women. We need biblical masculinity. We need biblical... We need traditional women. Girl. No, pussy bitch nigga. Women need to shut up, period. I want to notice. I didn't say women that don't no, I said women need to shut up. That is true. Like, it is good advice. Every woman in your life, if you just got them to shut up more, good advice. Okay, in general. And the good ones will know that it's for their own benefit. The good ones will know, you're right, I do need to shut up. You're right. So, I love that. It's always those other people over there. Or we fix the traditional Christian stuff onto it. There's some douchebag on Instagram going around saying, we need biblical masculinity. No, we need masculinity. Masculinity doesn't even really come from the Bible. It comes from our hormones. It comes from our fucking testicles, dude. We need biblical masculinity where we serve and love our wives and we give them everything they want and we act like polite little boys. No, we need like biological masculinity. I don't want I want biological masculinity where, you know, when immigrants are raping your country, you're big enough to kill them. You know, I'm not saying kill immigrants. I mean, if you're put in a self-defense situation, if someone's trying to kill you, you're like able to defend your civilization from these attacks. That's masculinity. Not like masculinity is, I'm going to wear my snapback and my black, athletic wear, my black athleisure shirt, and I'm going to be a good little simp for my midwife, and I'm going to be polite, wholesome little chungus while my country's being raped to death. No, it means like you need to be big enough to kill people that are trying to hurt you. Okay? In every way that means, every way that entails, politically, economically, socially. You have like broke pussy niggas. You got broke pussy niggas and a fat bitch saying, we need biblical masculinity. And it's like, you're being cucked. No, we need masculinity. Okay, we just need masculinity. Like, don't give me that. Real men don't say swear words. No, real men are just men, okay? Real men are just men. Like, where are the men? It's crazy. Men used to be men. Men used to be like sailors and soldiers and cowboys, and they were just men. Like, yeah, they were violent, they were aggressive, you couldn't fuck with them. And now people think that being a man is being like a wholesome chungus. Real men are like, hi, I am biblically masculine. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. I'll do the dishes, and you do this. It's crazy the way that so many of these Christian men are just a bit, like, they think that Christianity is a license to sin. They're theologically convicted that you just have to be a simp. You have to be like a baby boy, a baby male. And it's disgusting. You have to be the eternal boyfriend. And it's just gross. Men need to get back to being severe, to being dangerous, decisive, strong. And that means you're not going to put up with the nonsense. You know, you just don't put up with it from anybody. Now it means you're just like some rollover. Now it means you just roll over for everybody. You're just like a big girl. You see these guys now, and they want to live a domestic life. It's absolutely pathetic. Like, it's embarrassing and it's sad. And I say that as an incel. I say that as a complete incel virgin. It is fucking sad that men aspire to and idolize a domestic life. They want to be the mom. They fantasize about buying a big gay house. They fantasize about, like, taking their kids places, like daddy daycare. They fantasize about cooking their family dinner. It's like, and you put on the apron too? You put on the apron too, and what happens when you clean the house? Do you put on a costume for that also?
Let me know.
You know, a man on his hands and knees scrubbing the floor? A man cooking the dinner? A man taking the kids around? I love to do it. It's like,
Get there as soon as I can.
men used to be like a rolling stone. Men used to be They're about their business. They're about the farm. They're about the factory. They're about the business. They're a soldier. They're a cop. You know, they had actual pursuits. They're involved in society. They're running the world. Like, I'm busy running the world. Now guys are like, I can't wait to be a dad. I can't wait to be a husband. I can't wait to go to my kid's graduation. It's like, that shit is boring. That shit is fucking boring, and you should feel bored. It should feel like an obligation. I just want to see my kid's recital because it's so meaningful. Like, men have become so sentimental. Sentimentality is not a masculine virtue. That is for faggots. Okay? These overly sentimental men, it's like it should be a chore. Because it's not like the deal of marriage is like, look, men want to have sex with hundreds of women. That's what all men want to do. Men want to have sex with hundreds of women. And men want to live alone. Men want to live alone and have sex with hundreds of women. And what happens is, you have sex and you have a kid, and then you're obligated to, like, stick with the woman and raise the kid, and that's why your testosterone goes down. You kind of stop being a man for a little while. And then you're like, then you're in it. Okay, all right, now I'm going to raise my kids. Now she's going to take care of me. She's my old lady. Like, that's the deal. But guys want to be the mom now. Guys want to be super mom. They want to volunteer for the kindergarten Christmas party. I'll bake the cookies. I'll make the arts and crafts. It's just so fun. You have these, like, faggot millennial dads in fucking graphic t-shirts. And they can't wait to, like, do stuff with their kid because their dad wasn't there for them or something. And I think that's kind of what it is. I think that we're getting this weirdo dads, like weirdo dads and moms, because, like, this generation's parents had all kinds of problems. Divorce, weakness, absenteeism, whatever you want to say. There's so many issues with the parents, like it is with every generation. And now you get these, like, millennial dweebs where they're like, I can't wait to watch Star Wars with my kid. I saw a TikTok of this, like, millennial dad, maybe even a Zoomer, and he was watching Star Wars 3 with his baby son. And he posted it on TikTok. My kid's watching Star Wars with me. And it's like, you are a fucking geek. You are a nerd. You know? Like, that is so self-indulgent. And so, like, let's watch the sci-fi movie. This is good stuff. Like, you are a grown-up child. Shouldn't you be, like, chopping wood or something? Shouldn't you be, like, in a factory? Why don't you have any scars? You know, like, shouldn't you be out killing people? Like, you're at home watching cartoons with your baby saying, this is healing my inner child. My dad never did this. It's like, really? Grow up. So, the reason that women are suited to raising kids is because they are kids. Women are like children, and that's why they have the patience for children. That's why they nurture children. And men do not, and should not. And if you have that, I think you're kind of a girl. And I'm not saying, like, don't be there for your kids and stuff like that, but I'm saying, you know, whatever happened to real men? To me, that's, like, what a real man is. The real man is not actually pushing the stroller at Disney World. The real man is somewhere else, you know. The real man is not like, all right, we'll do the Disney thing, and I'll buy this and everything and pretend like I'm not totally fucking loving it. You know, that's the wife's job. The women need to be really raising the kids, really running the home, and the dad should be in the world. That's just my opinion. That's just my perspective. But I really get disgusted by the sentimentality over the domestic life. People think that's traditional or virtuous. They're like, a real trad man is like reading comic books and building model airplanes with his son. It's like, what, dude? When was that ever traditional? You know? In the old days, like, your dad would just kick your ass. And that's literally what he was there for. He'd be at work all the time. You'd be playing with other kids, fighting with your mom, and then he'd be home to kick your ass if you broke your nose. You know, like, that's what dad used to be in the old days. Anyway. But that's my incel
Stuart
perspective.
Blaster sent $20. In 2020, I was a part of AFB group of PPL in my city rebelling against mask mandates. I knew that were cooked when most posts were women saying, I finally convinced my husband to not wear a mask.
Yeah. It's these whores, they say. No.
Priscilla Lovely sent $20. Do you prefer fruity or floral perfume on women?
I couldn't tell you the difference. I don't know. Who has an opinion on that? You think I have an opinion on that?
Terminology sent $25. It's like asking someone what they did at a water fountain.
Yeah.
KD04 sent $50. Hey Nick, my mom told me to get a job at a place near my house. I'm 25. How do I tell her to know her places with women and let me keep going to college?
Huh? I don't even understand that one.
Snicker Dog OG sent 20.
Oh, wait, you're a guy? My mom told me to get a job at a place. How do I tell her? Well, if you're going to college, you got to pay for it.
Snicker Dog OG sent $20. Should I be a pilot or just waste away in my parents' basement?
What do you think?
I sent $40. Hey brother, active duty army currently. Thank you for your message and everything you do. Ordered a wang for my brother. Merry Christmas and God bless you.
Love it. Merry Christmas. Love to hear it.
Luke sent $30. Yo, what's your order from Pizza Hut?
Pizza.
Southern Muslim grower sent $50. Early Muslims were heavily persecuted in Mecca, so Muhammad told them to seek refuge in majority Christian Abyssinia, which was ruled by a pious Christian king because he is a just man. The king accepted them, and they lived there respecting the culture, religion, and displaying courtesy for the majority. Muhammad prayed for the king who died.
See, that's a nice story. It should be like Kingdom of Heaven, you know?
Happy Cat 44 sent $20. As an honorary insult, that monologue about women versus accountability struck a note with me. Candace started her show today like she had got sent to the principal's office and came back to class. Grift.
Yep.
John Dover sent $50. I love watching the show, but every time I do, I feel weird homosexual tendencies flaring up. I really want to save America, but I don't want to turn gay. What should I do? Thanks, big bro.
Okay, thanks for
Static
that.
Swishy sent $20. Crazy that in 2025, Nick Fuentes is the only one who genuinely cares about Charlie Kirk while everyone else grifts. God bless Christine from Ohio.
It's not even that I care about him for his own sake. I just care about propriety. I care about the truth. I care about what is proper. So it's not like I have some special affinity for him. It's just, you know, I want to defend the truth about what happened and the integrity of him as a human being who has dignity.
21 cent $30. Hey, man, consider a former DW subscriber shirt. I DM'd to another merchandise concept right before you went live tonight. Check it out. I have experience and would love to contribute. Great work.
Oh, interesting. Thanks.
5 sent $20. When everybody's so weird cracking Nick Fuentes.
Kirkuinly, you are not cracking.
8,677 sent $20. What's your go-to with 5 guys in the mouth? Angry face burger. Robert sent $20. I'm a student at Brown. Had a classic room where shooting happened. RIP classmates. I'm beyond frustrated. Something needs to change.
So true. I'm sorry to hear that.
Toucan sent $250. Why do you use efficaciousness instead of efficacy or effectiveness? It's like when you went through that phase of using hermeneutics a lot. Break down the syllables per word, please.
Thank you for the big super chat. I don't know. You'd have to tell me what context I used it in. How is efficaciousness different than effectiveness? Isn't that the same syllables? It's just about using the correct word. You know, that's probably the correct word. I don't remember the context of it. You got a problem with hermeneutics?
StayMX sent $25. IQ question. If empowered.
We talked a lot about that because we were talking about Strauss. And you can't understand Strauss without understanding the Straussian.
StayMX sent $25. IQ question. If empowered women cause below replacement birth rates, what is the solution to cause above replacement birth rates?
No education for women.
Sent $20. Yo, I'm a Christian activist debating on college campuses and I draw inspiration from your public speaking skills. It's Jesus Christ first until we die. Keep up the good work, bro.
So true. Love it.
Gang shit, no lame shit sent $20. You're on a dollar. In New Orleans, someone was smoking crack outside Fifth Circuit. One step down from Supreme Court, and everyone could smell. Cop next to me said I should call a public safety ranger. Meanwhile, AI speeding tickets for 31 and 25 get to go and property taxes 2%. Radicalizing. Society has to restructure.
It needs to change.
Problem solved sent $20. That hat in the corner is a great addition. One time I was wearing it and an old friend thought it was in support of Trump and got pissed when I told him I don't like Trump.
That's funny. Yeah, we just need to position it like right here. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, right?
The Grow Hyper sent $20. In light of Brown's murder, would you accept mass camera surveillance plus more prisons in exchange for far lower crime rates? In China, majority of crimes are solved within 24 hours. We already like privacy, so I don't see much downside in being able to track criminals right back to their home.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. I just hate that there's cameras everywhere. You can't do anything. You can't get away with anything anymore. There's just cameras everywhere. Like, people can't live their lives. Everybody's just watching all the time. And I hate that. So, I don't know. I don't know that you can have a free society if everyone's being constantly surveilled, so I think I'm against that. But I do think we should have more prisons for sure. More prisons for criminals.
Sent $25. Candace Bonner says a black cousin who just listens to party instead of a lawyer.
Yeah.
Unequal Melon sent $20. Drop the hair routine.
I don't know. I just blow dry my hair.
Barbecue sent $25. New polling is 21% saying Trump went too far, but 38% say he hasn't done enough. Objectively insane stand. Now Congressman calling for repeal of hard selling. 10 years ago, did you ever think you'd see it?
I did. I always said it was inevitable, and I believe that.
Huckleberry 9.99 sent $20. Pray up and send reality chip brother.
That's crazy. Wait, what? Relationship, or what are you even saying? About, like, getting a wife? Oh, please don't. Need a girlfriend. That's genuinely insane.
Or just sent $20. Just have Trump.
Patron saint of pussy worshipping losers.
Just sent $20. Just have Trump hook you up with your next wife. Could be at a beauty pageant or something.
Oh, gosh. You make me sick.
Crab apples sent $20. 53 years old fan as a dad of quality Christian women. Your red flag is the risk of Israel, not a moving of your wording. Bloomberg sent $20. Con Incorporated is pissed at Candy because the furry trans leftist narrative plan to use to silence dissenters and wield power was derailed. How can anyone be so sure Tyler shot him unless Dig is in?
Idiot.
Don't prove that you won't sent $20. Since you're asking, you need a matchmaker or a female relative to set you up with someone who's been discreetly
Okay. I'm gonna kill myself if I get one more
Blair
later.
would assist $6. Thoughts on Cat Abu? Will we support serious anti-Israel candidates in urban district we just can't win?
I don't know who that is.
Alamo Productions sent $20. You got this, millennial. Merry Christmas in America first.
Let's go.
I believe Bacon Grease sent $20. Watch Lara Logan's interview with Dr. Tim Schindler. Explains how the Council for the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency has allowed federal and corporate corruption to run rampant. Epic Gina Zero sent $50. The median white American female has stacked 20 bodies by 22. At 27, you will be sifting through a massive trash heap that grows with time. Yes, even Catholic girls.
I like the yes. Because that was my next question. What about Catholic? That was my next question. Thanks for telling me.
Young Christian activists debating on college campuses and I draw inspiration from your public. Mr. Banker sent $50. You fuck with space fascism? Halo, Helldivers, Warhammer 40k.
Oh my
Star Wars.
gosh.
If you like Call of War and real-time strategy, you should try Warhammer 40k. You'd definitely be in the Black Rebels.
You're just like a disgusting nerd. I hope you know that. You're a disgusting nerd. You fuck with space fascism? Like, go back to Reddit and then commit suicide there. Okay, Reddit is down the hall to the left. Please kill yourself when you get there. Thank
Wag
you.
DXE sent $20. Does Pineapple...
You would love Warhammer. You'd definitely be Black Templar. Okay, don't you have like a Magic the Gathering game to get to? Reddit is over there. Thank you very much. That's just, I'm sorry, we cannot permit, I can't even indulge that a little bit, because if I do, then we're going to get all these smelling, disgusting weirdos. You like Helldivers and Warhammer and Halo? I dress up as Master Chief for Halloween, and I'm 38. Sorry, pal, we're just not down with that.
Wag DXE.
It's a guilty pleasure. Treat it with, like, it's okay to have guilty pleasures, you just can't talk about them, and you have to have a sense of shame, okay? It's okay. Just never talk about it.
Wag DXE sent $20. Does Pineapple belong to pizza? Unequal Alex sent $20. Tell us the hair. Bob sent $20. Was listening to the show with my sis today when you read this quote about the fake Tom with boats being a psyop. We had a good laugh at me and you being the only real people. Here's another 20 for the laughs. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. I'm glad you're not mad that I crashed out.
Market02 sent $20. What do you think about political conflict in Pakistan and Imran Khan in prison?
I have no opinion of it.
Unworthy about sent $20. I just got into an argument with Candace Owens, and then I realized there's a Women's World Series chess league for a reason. Skyward Scholar sent $100. Beowulf is a good read.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I never heard of it. Thank you for the big super chat. Tread based.
Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Roemer sent $50. Is Russia going to win?
I don't know.
Aiden Jolly sent $10. Do you think him?
I mean, in a sense, depends on what you consider their strategic goals to be.
Aiden Jolly sent $20.
And what the conclusion is.
Aiden Jolly sent $20. Do you think MC Donald's commercials are a psyop to get us to eat more burgers? Levi Claire sent $100. The treasure is hidden at a point on a straight road between Town A and Town B. The treasure is twice as far from Town A as it is from Town B. If you move 10 miles from the treasure toward Town A, you will then be essentially 3 times as far from Town B as from Town A. How far apart are Town A and Town B?
Thank you for the big super chat. Look, if you have a short one, I'll do a short one. I'm not going to do like a word problem like that. Alright, maybe I'll indulge it. You know what? No, I'm not. It's too long. Thank you for the big super chat.
Sent $20. Went back to Chicago craving Portillo's. Paid $20 for a big beef combo with a hot dog. They didn't have workers outside taking orders like they used to. Fries were overcooked. Italian beef was insanely soggy and low quality. Sad to see the Chicago fast food go turn to Goislov after Big Dick Portillo sold the company.
You're fucking idiot. You're not from Chicago. You have no idea what you're talking about. I love when people from out of town, the fries were overcooked. That's not the problem. The problem with Portillo's is that there is no flavor. The ingredients are not fresh. There's no flavor. They skimp on the meat. The quality of the ingredients is worse. Rose said, the fries were overcooked. And nobody was taking orders outside. Yeah, because it's like negative 10 degrees this weekend. Okay? Don't stop appropriating our struggle here. Went back to Chicago and got Portillo's. I didn't like it. You're not from here. Stop appropriating. Know your place.
Wilhelm Friedrich Roeber sent $41. Do you think Russia is going to fully win the war, or will it be a white peace? Holiday sent $25. Do the gold sponsorship ban. If people had invested in gold even recently, they would have realized a big return.
That's
Empowering
true.
the people.
That's a really good
Ray
point.
J21 sent $20. Thoughts on the speech given by Leon Reds, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, given a couple days.
I didn't see
Larry
it.
Silverstein is a piece of shit devil cunt sent $20. What's with the mean face Nick? Cheer the fuck up, nigga. We rich. Hello, we are rich because we chose the right paths in LA. Like Aaron Yeager. I don't know why you haven't watched though. Not following idiots. Not listening to humble rap. Always looking people in the eye when you talk to them. We are leaders, not followers. $20. What's better, ice cream or cake?
Ice cream.
Camping sent $50. Watch Attack on Titan, please. Don't hit me with the NPC anime is gay bullshit. Best writing I've ever experienced and has an extreme level of depth to its show. It surpassed Breaking Bad as my fave show ever. You should give it a shot. Very geopolitical and technical quality ideals of religion, family hierarchy, politics, and more.
I'm not watching cartoons, dummy. I'm not watching Japanese cartoons. I'll just never, that's just something I'll never do. I'm sure it is very good. I'm not watching Japanese cartoons. It would be mortifying. I'm going to sit here and talk about Attack on Titan. It's a cartoon about giant monsters or something. No, but it's actually about religion. Shut up, dude. How are you not embarrassed to talk about that? You watch Attack on Titan? Like, who does that? My dad would, like, beat me up if I watched that. He wouldn't, but, like, it goes to show that your dads were not like that, because, like, I would just be mortified to be participating in that. Yeah, I watch anime. No, I do not. I will never watch anime.
Junior's 35 cent $20. Mexico and then El Sega. Sage Reaper Roeber sent $20. Nick, I recommend Rule of Rose. It's a good survival horror game for the PS2.
What is wrong with you people? Who is playing PlayStation 2 like a fucking idiot?
Holiday sent $25. Though some time ago you said you rarely read fiction, I strongly recommend, if you have time, the novel by G.K. Chesterton called The Man, Thursday about a cop who goes to where an anarchist written in England to destroy it. Allegory tale of society and righteousness versus anarchic evil. Written fun stuff. Take the gold dollar.
Okay.
Seep 64 cent $20.
Yeah.
Candace dancing to Hobbit might be the prettiest thing of 2025. Props to sneaking at one.
That was terrible.
Also, how about our favorite snow Mexican? Powder, struggling you up years.
Snow Mexican. This is so bad. How is it this bad?
$1. Trump is expected to sign executive order to move cannabis to Schedule 3 this week. Way overdue. Cannabis stocks will move. USA cannabis ETFs. Dollar stocks.
How are you not seeing, like...
Unequal balance at $20. Young Christian activist debating on college campuses and draw inspiration from your public speaking skills. It's Jesus Christ first until we die.
That's a third one you said.
Protestant, that's all Confederate sent. $8. $20. What do you think about taxes with the way things are with the government? I know it's illegal to not pay, but fuck the government in this current state and won't pay the Jews let them get Lucy sent $20. What are your thoughts on Hayden getting slapped and all the hate he's getting from that fight back?
They should have fought back, for sure.
Colligo sent $25. Your SoundCloud collab was one of my faves. Like very sincere. How was doing that with those guys? Love his stand up and writing feel like y'all got along. Maybe another one in 2026.
Sam Hyde is one of the realest guys I've ever met. I've met everybody doing this, and I'm very honest about them. And Sam Hyde is easily, hands down, the most genuine, the most sincere, the realist. He is easily in the S tier of people. And I'm not just saying that to glaze. I'm saying that because it is true, and it's true from experience. He is one of the most genuine, authentic, sincere, good guys in the scene, hands down. It's just not even close. No bullshit, not a time waster, no pretense. He's honestly one of the best. And you guys know him from the videos. He's funny, he does the comedy, and I love his content. And everybody does content. We're in the content game. But he's one of the people I admire the most, one of the people I really still look up to just as a guy. Even forget about as a comedian, as a guy. He's just a really great guy. On his grind, always hustling, innovative, entrepreneurial, perceptive, intuitive, really just hands down one of the best. And I say that because he really doesn't get his due enough. I mean, people like him for his content. I feel like, I don't know that I've ever heard anybody say that, but he really deserves it. He really deserves to get his flowers, because we're not even super close, I wouldn't say, but even just having known him for, I guess I've known him for about 5 years now, almost 6. He's just, I have nothing negative to say about him, and that's a rare thing, so it was really a treat to do. I was a little even nervous around him, because, I mean, he's like my hero, you know, but he's a good guy. It was a lot of fun.
Late sent $20. Hayden got 21 minutes and carrying since my birthday. been raised around kids who know I can conceal carry safely and efficiently. There's a lot of retards concealed carrying in this country that have never actually shot a firearm. What's your opinion?
I think you need to get trained to carry because it's true. You know, people need to know about firearms. They're not toys. So yeah, I agree.
Hannikush sent $20. I'm married to a half black, half native female. Do I taint the pure wine bloodline and religiously convert a black/native bloodline into a white one? Where the fat bitches at? Equal of Vendetta sent $20. Did you see the stop anti-Semitism rant about them promising to put people on lists?
I did not.
Troy Bird sent $20. Jedi Knight 2 mentioned. Base Gamer. Bong Groy sent $20. You make a fuck random girls. Drinking, do drugs, and rape. Scott, if I were to ever get a chick pregnant, I would tell her to get an abortion. Can I still be a Christian and say church is king for the aesthetic? Mansion House sent $20. Have you ever looked into the apparition of Virgin Mary and Julia? Bob 13 sent $20. Be a man and get a drill sergeant cut his time.
Okay.
Big Angus sent $100. Thanks for what you do. Big love from Stop. Black flag emoji. Do me up with the Holly again.
Thank you for the big super chat. Do the line, say the thing. Like what, so you can laugh again? Hey, did you say the thing? Says the thing. This is funny as the first time. What is wrong with you? Seriously.
462 sent $20. What's your favorite Kanye produced track not on his album? Mine is Still Dreaming on Nas Hip Hop Is Dead.
It'd probably be from Common's album that he co-produced. Maybe like, I don't know, Go? Pretty good. And the intro track on that song, which I forget the name of it. Let me think. What else has he produced? Not on an album. I really like Selfish. That's one of my all-time favorites. I think he produced that. I like... Let me think. American Boy, obviously.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. It's on the way.
I guess I'm just saying songs he's featured on. I don't know if he actually produced them. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Flop Lip Loop sent $20. With the left becoming more emboldened to murder the right, what is the solution? Hold out till we are in power. Hard to not get black pilled with.
That's literally what the show is
Will
about.
158308 sent $20. Thoughts on why Asian relationships? Formal alliance?
Against it.
Huckleberry 999 sent $100. I'll be paying for your time at $100 a month. I look forward to talking to you. Candace and Eric can both shut the fuck up.
Cool. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
$20. Take me mom's gold.
Yeah.
Lloyd sent $20. Nick, what is your main order at Whataburger?
I
Also
don't
get to
need
know
a
that
one
Whataburger is the one fast food restaurant that is not Israel owned. Just letting you know you were probably supporting Israel.
That fast food chain sucks. That's probably why stupid Goyim can't make a fucking burger.
Cody Fisher 1XP sent $50. Nick, hearing some of these people come out and openly admit they will hide people from the E-files. Genuinely, how can we hold these people accountable? I hate the little hats are so good at lying. Cody Fisher 1XP sent $50. Nick, hearing some of these people come out and openly admit they will hide people from the E-files.
Little hats.
$20. Love the show, man. Navy Sailor who's AF. USA emoji.
Let's go, base.
$20. Women are always trying to kill me because they're such inscrutable mythical creatures, so I just throw Taylor Swift CDS and Birch on the ground and escape as they scramble and start eating it. Unequal Belling sent $20. Yo, I'm a Christian activist debating on college campuses, and I'm drawing inspiration from your public speaking skills.
Fourth time.
JB1024 sent
Fourth
$25.
time. You know, you sent it already. You sent it 4 times.
JB1024 sent $25. At JB1024 all you do is eat voice Caniac combos and look at videos of dead months with period blood. Shaka sent $20. Those nerds and simps seem to forget biblical masculinity involves Samson killing 100 people, David killing a giant, and Jesus whipping people.
Yeah. They forgot that they worked out. In the Bible, they get deadlifts, and they eat raw eggs, and they beat people up. Biblical masculinity is based.
Typical bros.
Let's just be honest. Biblical like, the Bible tells men to be feminine. Like, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest.
Typical bros sent $20. Hey Nick, right?
Let's not cope about it. The Bible is not a story of, like, men being jacked and going to the gym. Okay?
Typical bros sent
Start
$20.
there.
Hey Nick, right you here. Big Juicy Pokemon is another cash grab with big players like Michael Rubin. Fanatics, stepping and injecting millions. From a fun hobby to a lucrative business, Miguel and
Who
Sad.
cares? If you're into that, you're a pussy. Like, the Jews are ruining my cartoon playing cards. Like,
2069 sent $50. I had arrived yesterday. Perfect quality and worth the wait. Keep up the generational run and may the motion never end. Merry Christmas to you and your family. You kill it every time.
Thank you.
Priceless king.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Luke sent $30. Have you seen Batman? You
That
like the
show
trailer?
is terrible.
$20. Saw a study that says that Hispanics are disappearing into the white majority like Italians did. They have Hispanic last names like Rodriguez or Fuentes old, but after a few generations they don't know Spanish. Marry a white person. Even the full Hispanics. Lots just look white or at least half white, half native or black.
Maybe that's true. And maybe that would happen over time. That's why we got to stop bringing them in.
Arca 340 sent $22. First you have to deal with deplatforming. Then generational run when all the infighting and grifters try to tear you down. Next, they will co-opt your ideas. Maybe you eventually write a book. My challenges?
My challenges, yeah, that's subtle.
I belong in a kitchen with some good cook.
My difficulty. My hardship. Yeah, very subtle. No one will get the reference.
$20. Merry Christmas, Nick, and God bless you. Have you ever played any of the Metal Gear Solid games?
No, I haven't.
N0 Context sent $20. My mom said a couple months back that I'm not allowed to wear my grandma around my neck and would kick me out because she found out I followed Trump on it. Now I don't align with his Jewish agenda.
I don't even know what that
Colico
means.
sent $25. Hope they catch the assassin at Brown. Will go badly if he totally gets away with it. Another Sam Hyde confirmed kill. South Polster sent $20. Hispanic isn't a race. It's a language. Are Haitians French? Portuguese aren't Hispanic?
Oh my gosh, you're a
American
genius.
Diaspora sent $40.
Are you a Mensa member?
American Diaspora sent $40. It's crazy that when it comes right down to it, Canvas embodies all that is African Americandom. King Out 12 sent $20. What is your thoughts on the apparition of the Virgin Mary in Majority?
No idea.
Doctrine sent $20. If political legitimacy comes from
No
heritage.
idea what that is.
Doctrine sent $20. If political legitimacy comes from heritage, tradition, and lineage rather than consent, what happens when the state decides you no longer qualify as part of that heritage?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Let's run duos with the new Fortnite OG season. I have over 1.5k hours, so it's basically a free carry.
Oh yeah, why not? I have nothing better
Christ is
to do.
king. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Shout out from the Lutherans of New Orleans.
Yes, thank you.
Beowulf sent $20. Beowulf is an alright read, but it's spelled with a unilary retard. Thumbs up emoji. Joy Win sent $20. Cat abuse all running any alumni. She's Jets, 26. Seriously, anti-Israel and Jews are running their playbook to make sure Laura Flynn wins. Will we enforce anti-Israel devs on the anti-Israel basis? YN.
I don't know, I have to look at shoes.
Beards and Beardly sent $20. Oh, so liking Star Wars is okay, but I enjoy Halo 3 and Xbox 360.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm a neckbeard loser itself.
He heard that. Somehow he heard that. Beardson Beardly, what's up, buddy? Yeah, well, look, even Star Wars, as I get older, I'm becoming ashamed. I'm becoming ashamed of it. We can like it as a guilty pleasure. We can sort of like it when it's on TV, but to be, like, really into it, brother, come on. But Beardson Beardly, you will never be. I can never hate you. Okay, play your Halo, play your Xbox. You're the GOAT of all time. But for you, you can do it as a treat because you're the man. But we appreciate it, Beardson Beardly.
$20.
You gotta hang out with this guy.
You can't expect to impersonate an autistic kid and expect it to be funny for the 100th time.
That's great. The crash out is. Just shut up. Shut up. You're being mean. Relax, buddy. It's jokes.
$100. Thank you, Nick.
Whoa! Thank you for the huge super chat. Lance, huh? Well, Lance. Thank you for the massive super chat. And I appreciate the support. 07's in the chat for Mr. Moneybags over here.
$9.99 at $100. Christ is king. Talk to you soon.
Oh boy. Thank you for the big super chat. It's kind of ominous. See you soon. Remember me? Those are like the last things you want to hear. Those are like two things that you hear right before you die. See you soon. Hey, remember me? In terms of like, I saw this video one time of this guy that I know. He snuck up behind somebody and tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, remember me?" And I said, that's got to be like top 5 things that you hear right before you die, or like top 5 things you don't want to hear from someone that just snuck up behind you. He taps on the guy's shoulder and says, "Hey, remember me?" And I'm thinking, this guy probably thought he's about to die in like a split second. Talk to you soon. Yeah, thanks.
Protestant Not So Confederate sent $20. Why the skip? I finally got money and wanted to troll you for good time's sake. A real conforming Confucius.
I know what you're talking about.
Colico sent $20. What do you think of Chris Rufo's journalism? Kind of captive to Israel lobby at the Manhattan Institute, but the stuff on leftism and discrimination he reports.
Hey, you're an idiot. Like, get your head checked. Chris Rufo with this fucking illegal immigrant wife, and he said he can't wait until whites are interbred out of existence. That Chris Rufo? He's kind of an Israel shill, but shut up, dummy. You're the dumbest person ever. So stupid. He literally is married to an illegal immigrant from Asia. They have all non-white kids, and he goes on Tim Pool and says, I can't wait until there's no white people because they're all going to be brown and bred out of existence, and that's a good thing. And you say, oh, he sounds like you. Anyway. Okay, that's our last super chat. I can't take any more of this. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thank you to our top super chatters. Big special thank you to Lance Money, Huckleberry, YNWA Palestine, Humongous Balls, Toucan, Argo, Candace Owens, Groyper, Chudjack, Skyward Scholar, Dalmatian Dad, Steadaby, Caligo, Cambine, Protestant, Confederate, Unequal Bowling, Nutsack, Lynn Reed, Sailing Boy, Fuck APAC, Christowich, El Oso, Danesy, Nick Fuentes HQ, and Groiper, Levi, Big Angus, and Cody Fisher. Special thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
It's going to be only America. feeling okay. A little heartburn sometimes, but it's no big deal. Solo, you know I don't like doctors in the hospital. All right. Stop tripping, Oos. Talk to you later, Uso. Be safe.
Shabbat Shalom. Just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And we know it's a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler, and TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Erica said stop, and then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as I just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, yes, Kanye, that, I get this. Nobody is changing their mind anything. Well, how ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray you. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? So I can tell you guys that you could say, you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who's they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room, which is Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, you know, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin, and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument. if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There was a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? What is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Eric was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what I, obviously a bit of a fever pitch, when I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers, and there were so many lies, and then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning. Casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing, like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him, Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me, and they've teased the interview as aimed at me, but they never say my name, and that to me felt like it was the first, first bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place, and by no means did Erica give any person the authority to go out and say something was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies. The lies were rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating, and no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always the circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that, if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety. We were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal, he communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who the they that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok, because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name-checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask him to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. And that does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS. Is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. Is kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry, but Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Barnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside Prove Me Wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. The video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him, and I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and said, came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down to secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, yeah, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer, and that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person, and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor on this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. He was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, obviously that's wrong. I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay, now we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage, there was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was. 30-6. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him, too. And we were just like, that kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colbert replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to me like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on, and I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, Andrew was not one of the people that got out of the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon, and so that just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe during point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him, just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance you can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real, and this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay? Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people. Some people were experts. Some people have been involved in cases that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU cameras. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident during Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, their lawyer, who is involved in this case. One of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share it with me, I will not say what that thing is. That's what if we want to protect the integrity of the case. I'm not going to, if you say, we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, this whole like non-expert problem where like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything in the clean alibi. That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information, and once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage, and that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely against prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators had discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay, they have not seen anything that you have not seen. That's what I want you to know. So, with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times to become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly, I've said that, I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is, like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me, it's probable cause hearing, and that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, was, I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you, like, you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. It's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating, it's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouch down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet, investigators haven't reached out. Now, they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare, to question him something? I don't like that this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told him I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was They brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with the paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his real name. They thought it was a middle name, actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name, and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name, and it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. And Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay?
Hi.
I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realize there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone, and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, hey, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy. And he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
So that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by, I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and, you really could be imagining. Now, for me, personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. They're literally your body, when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through this, you are really paying attention to details. I've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. So there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also, that he trained, he almost went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and fast, 1, 2, 3, go. That's why I walked away, 1, 2, 3, go, and just told him, this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes, and during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off, and then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I'm not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother was in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk's shot goes off. I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay? In that same minute, because we know this is Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So you think it was 12:25? It very well could have stayed at 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erica to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping, and he's like, oh, his lips quivering, and he's like, I gotta call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. Okay, Mikey called Erica after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he's this entire time on the phone with his wife. Okay? And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning, it's just not relevant to anything. Not a character in the story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife, and a minute later, his brother calls him back, and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, look, the wife wants privacy. No, she was main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say, very involved in a lot of this kind of, I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on the vacation together, so I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were comfortable with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. Like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. So I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really I think surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. And the thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like, Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu. It did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, this happened. It factually happened, and yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements, and they're not being honest in them, and I was saying that made me feel really weird, and I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level, at which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA, but I'm certain, I said I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level, and it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million, that's made up. I told them, Andrew Colbert was my source. Andrew Colbert told me, verbatim, that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson for the USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming, and nobody's ever denied this, so this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer, and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, being honest. That's as a hefty offer, and it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady, and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith, broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying that Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Now we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes, because that's how I am, okay? You keep pushing me and keep pushing me, I'll become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing it to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we have to double down on supporting life. Through our partnership with Preborn, we can help save babies and support mothers that are in need. Every day, Preborn's clinics rescue hundreds of babies because when a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears that tiny heartbeat, her chance of choosing life doubles. And now, thanks to a generous match program, your gift will also be doubled. That means twice as many ultrasounds, twice as many lives saved, and twice as many mothers were given hope. They're also provided with diapers, car seats, counseling, and care for up to 2 years. If you've heard about Preborn before and you've not yet taken action, there is no better time to do so than right now. Their work is some of the most important work to help heal our country. One ultrasound is just $28. You can also give 10 times that amount, obviously. Head to preborn.com/Candace if you'd like to give. That's preborn.com/Candace. Also want to tell you guys about PDS Debt, because whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and to craft a personalized plan designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and it holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Why? Because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month you wait, it costs you more in interest and fees. The best time to start is probably yesterday. Second best is right now, so do not wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Also, if you've been asking where the best place is to watch my show, help tech workers deciding what you are allowed to see or what topics are considered acceptable, Well, honestly, the answer is Rumble. If you're not already on Rumble, Rumble is the free speech video platform where you can find my show, and we're a huge community of independent creators, people who are sick of censorship, demonetization, and shadow banning, are building real audiences. Most people do not realize this, but Rumble actually hosts some of the largest political live streams in the world. It's the place where creators can speak freely without having their reach throttled or their content buried by an agenda-driven algorithm that's working against them. And here's the best part. Getting started takes about 10 seconds, and it is completely free. Just grab your phone, open the App Store or Google Play, type in Rumble, and hit download. Once you're in, you can search for Candace Owens and click follow so that you never miss a new episode. You'll get notified every time that I go live. If you care about free speech, if you want platforms that respect, you're tired of big tech deciding what's allowed, then this is the moment that you can make the switch. Your voice matters, and the platforms that you choose matter just as much. Okay, so a couple of things I want to say. First and foremost, I just got a live update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing. You guys may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things, and a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical, and I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay, like inside Candace Owens' sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies. This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend and I just kept down on the Egyptian planes. Because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack, because they are, by and large, control the media. They just do. Okay? One way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is, they said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay? I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove the Daily Wire. So just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say that to a producer and that I conducted, demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious. That I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation on People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that, like, my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are dangerously close to something. we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing, and tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said, and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I know there are people at Turning Point that are not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that they, you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out. It's a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here? And I think that one of the things that Erica was like, well, about like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist, to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family, and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family, okay? I got people in my family, like we all do, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And yeah, so I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed that I have the same security as Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago that I have no security. Okay, this is Tim Pool a week ago.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a shit about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim, who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this. Take a listen.
Okay, I'll say things that I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to say that I always get super heated on this. Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them. And I shouldn't say too much because there's more that's going to be coming out soon. Because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her. Candace has the same security team, or has used the same security companies and the same security personnel as Charlie and Erica did. So when she comes out and is questioning them, she is lying outright. Now, I've invited many of these people to come on. We'll see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is, the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is, to keep people wrapped up in this insanity.
Tim versus Tim, undefeated. And what I will also say is that's all a lie. It's almost like they have just sent a call, like they're getting too close, and just said, I don't care what you write, I don't care if it's complete fiction, make it believable. Say her husband beats her, say her, like, it's coming after my husband, they're coming after me, and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk, ever. We went our separate ways early, actually there was, like, it's obviously been publicized, before he had Schaefer Security, and Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement, they had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning, okay? That's a fact. It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued, it's just threatening somebody. If there was any truth to that, you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say, something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this? Okay? And if I ignore that, as I did with Brigitte because I told the truth, as I did with Kim Clancy because I told the truth, then you have the grounds to file something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie Security whatsoever. Over what? I mean, the audacity that you're filing a lawsuit and someone got murdered on your watch? Because I accurately said that the Brian Harpool, the message he showed belonged to Dan Flood. It did. And that they didn't do a walkthrough on that day. They didn't. Like, and if something I'm getting wrong and you'd like to show me that actually you did, send it over. We're only interested in getting to the truth. and we're not getting it. Certainly not expected to get it from Tim Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused. Huachuca, which we're going to have a lot on tomorrow, because there is something there, and I think that caused a panic, as well as the Egyptian planes, which I am telling you go back, relate to Israel, and I will be able to prove that tomorrow for all of the naysayers. And again, it's only because this is how they act. They always overreact, and then it lets us know that we are close. They are like an alarm. They are just an alarm. Something else that I wanted to show you, by the way, I thought we were not supposed to be doing live streams while we were speaking, but Turning Point, I guess, has their daily show, but that I didn't feel that was communicated to me. It felt like a ceasefire, and that it got violated, but they had an interesting conversation on their show yesterday, on the Charlie Kirk show, about this trial, the upcoming trial, about Tyler Robinson, and here's what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male, who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time is that, TPUSA, both the local chapter and you guys, didn't advertise this event until a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking, Look, you guys had already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this, that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with, like a lot of the mystery of this starts to go out the window, and it starts to really conform with what is exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI in the charging documents.
Yeah, and we can attest, Andrew Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events pretty quick turn. And so those whole that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So, unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, so your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is, so it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard, okay? That's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August 27th that happened, which we have on the timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned. So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention, is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong. Okay? Prove me wrong if I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not, it does then beg the question, surely they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing